Broadcasting Company.
Say, operator, can you tell me what's on the air at 4 o'clock today?
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny.
Who?
Jack Benny. Gee, Mabel, that's the 6th one today. Well, I'm still ahead. I've got 8. Oh, you're always lucky. You won last year, too. Yeah, Mr. Benny ought to know better than open his program during the hunting season. Yeah. National Broadcasting Company.
Say, operator, can you tell me what's on the air at 4 o'clock today?
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny.
Who?
Jack Benny. Hey, Mabel. What? This one must have used a knife. Yeah, I'll be glad when today is over so I can go home and take off this black dress. Yeah. And it's so hard to talk through this veil. Yeah. Hey, Mabel, look at the switchboard. Jack Benny's dressing room is cooling. Shall I take it, guy, to it, or do you want to get it? What's the difference? He's not going to kill himself anyway. Yeah, them that should won't. Yeah. Yes, sir?
Operator, this is Jack Benny. Operator, with a change of time today, I'd like to check my watch. What time is it, please?
It's 20 minutes to 3.
20 minutes to 3? That's funny. I've got 20 minutes to 4.
Well, hold on. Mabel, what time have you got? 20 minutes to 5. But I've got 20 minutes to 3. No, Gertrude. You moved your watch back an hour and you're supposed to move it ahead. Gee, I do dumb. I'm not as dumb as Mr. Benny. He didn't move it at all.
Operator, I heard that, and I'm going to report you.
Gertrude thinks she's smart. What a telephone operator. She's a lousy dancer, too. Well, I better hurry and get ready. After all, it's 20 minutes to something. It's all Rochester's fault. I told him to time change at 2 o'clock in the morning to set all the clocks in the house and my watch, too. Anyway, I better get ready. I wish NBC would give me a better dressing room. This tile floor is so cold on my bare feet. Now, let's see. Where did I put my... Oh, so you finally got here.
Oh, boss!
Rochester, you know this is my first program. I'm nervous and excited. Why do you have to be late?
Wait, I got 20 minutes to 2.
Well, no wonder our watches are all mixed up, and it's your fault.
My fault?
Yeah, what were you supposed to do at 2 o'clock this morning?
At 2 o'clock this morning? Oh, I did that, boss.
You did what?
I tiptoed into your room and put a hot water bottle on your feet.
Is that all you did?
Well, I must confess, boss, I tickled your toes a little.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, and when I saw the way you had your arms around that pillow, I figured you were expecting something.
Rochester, I always sleep with my arms around the pillow.
I know, but last night you looked at it and said, don't you think 2 can live as cheap as 1?
I said that to the pillow?
Yeah, then I waited 3 minutes, and when it didn't answer, I walked out.
No, darn, I do the silliest things in my sleep. Imagine talking to a pillow. Rochester, why didn't you wake me up?
I hated to cut in, boss. You were dancing.
Well, I just had one of those nightmares. I'm always nervous before an opening broadcast. Gee, I hope the rest of the gang is here. By the way, Rochester, did you call Mr. Harris like I told you to?
Yes, boss, but they said he hasn't been home for 2 weeks, and they gave me this number.
Okay, I'll call it. Probably Phil's office. I bet he's been knocking himself out for the last 2 weeks making special musical arrangements.
Joe's pool room.
Joe's pool room?
Snooker games arranged for schnooks.
What?
Radar cuspidors you can't miss.
Look, will you please let me talk to Phil Harris?
I don't know nobody here by that name. What does he do?
He's an orchestra leader. It says in his contract.
Oh, him.
Yes, him. Tell him his boss wants to talk to him.
Okay. Hey, Goldilocks, Kay Kaiser's on the phone.
Kay Kaiser?
How do you like that? Right in the middle of a game. Hold everything. Hello, Casey.
Phil, this is Jack C.
Who?
Jack Benny.
Oh, hiya, Jackson. What's up?
What's up? We go on the air in 15 minutes. You're in a pool room. Why aren't you here at the studio?
I can't be in two places at the same time.
Of course not.
If I could, I'd be at the racetrack, too.
Suppose I attend to business hanging around pool halls. You should be rehearsing your orchestra. Now, Phil, you better have a good band number for our opening program.
Don't worry about the music, Bub. I got a brand new tune I'm going to play called That's What I Like About the North.
The North?
Yeah, 5,000 arrangers in the country, and I had to hire a Yankee.
Well, I'm glad you got something new. Now, Phil, you know how nervous I am, so get over here, will you?
Sure, Jackson. I'll be over as soon as I finish this game.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay, Mom, it's your shot.
Rochester, I got to go across the stage to Miss Livingston's dressing room. I'll see you later. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-dum, da-dee-da-da-dum, da-dum. Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Hello, Jack. Come on, Leroy.
Da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. That Leroy. I bet he's Gildersleeve's father. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum. Oh, hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, are you nervous, kid?
Oh, a little bit, but I'll be all right when I get into my song.
Sure you will. Oh, by the way, Larry, I forgot all about it. Congratulations. You got married, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Benny, about 2 weeks ago.
Well, I hope you'll be very happy. Where did you meet the pillow? I mean, the girl. Where did you meet the girl?
Oh, her mother introduced us.
Oh, her mother?
Yeah, I wish you'd go home already.
I know. I know how you feel. Well, go ahead and rehearse your song, kid. Go ahead. Let's go. Larry, that was fine. Now I'm going down to Miss Livingston's dressing room. I'll see you right before the show. And congratulations again on your marriage.
Thanks.
You know, kid, I was kind of toying with the idea of myself, you know. Larry, do you find that two can live as cheaply as one?
They can if one of them's a pillow.
Rochester, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to find out what time it is.
Oh, well, see you later, Larry. Yum dum da dum dum ding da dum. I mean, ya da 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 dum da dum da dum dum dee da da dum.
You dare talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I want.
You do, and I'll slap your face, you beast.
Slap my face, will you? The last woman that slapped my face never tried it again.
Don't you threaten me. I'll have you arrested and thrown in jail for the rest of your life.
Go ahead, call a cop. You can't frighten me.
One more word out of you and I will.
Ya da 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 da. See, that's a shame. That happens every time John sees his other wife. Oh, well. Let's see, which is Mary's dressing room? Oh, here it is. Oh, Mary! Mary, may I come in?
Just a minute, Jack. I'm not dressed yet. Oh, Pauline.
Benny?
Yes, Miss Livingston.
Help me slip into my dress. Mr. Benny wants to come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
Is he going to be on your program again this year?
Pauline, it isn't my program. It's Mr. Benny's, and Mr. Benny is the star. I just work for him, and he pays me a very nice salary. Not as much as I pay you, but a very nice salary.
Well, if I were you, Miss Livingston, I'd quit.
Now, wait a minute, Pauline. You don't understand. As a matter of fact, when I first went to work for Mr. Benny, I was 19 years old. And he promised me a raise just as soon as I reached my 28th birthday.
Your 28th birthday? Gee, did you remind him of it?
No, the raise wasn't worth admitting it.
Mary, I'm waiting.
Just a minute, Jack. Pauline, how does my dress look?
It looks all right, Miss Livingston, but if I were you, I'd wear it a little shorter. You have such pretty legs.
Oh, thanks, Pauline.
It's too bad you only have 2 of them.
What?
Well, what I mean is, when you've got something so nice, it's too bad you can't have more of it.
Well, believe me, Pauline, any girl who has nice legs is perfectly satisfied with just 2 of them. After all, who'd look at a girl with 3 legs?
Everybody.
Mary, how about it?
Just a minute. Pauline, hand me my makeup kit.
Here you are.
Thank you. Oh, look at that. I must have forgotten my cold cream, my nail polish, and my eyeshadow. I wanted to look so nice for our first show.
Mary!
All right. You can come in now. Hello.
Hello, Mary. Well, I'm all ready for the show.
Gee, you look nice.
Thanks. Here's your cold cream, your nail polish, and your eyeshadow.
Jack Benny, the next time you want to borrow those things, ask for them.
I didn't borrow them. When we changed dressing rooms, you forgot them. Anyway, we better get on the stage. It's 8 minutes to 4.
I've got 8 minutes to 3.
Well, you must be wrong. Now, come on. I'm nervous, anyway. See, look, Mary, they got the stage set up pretty nice, haven't they?
Yeah.
I wonder if this microphone is working. See, look how low they've got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Woof, woof. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jack, you're talking into the doorknob.
Oh, yeah. Gee, I'm so nervous. I always am on the first show.
Oh, the first show has nothing to do with it. You're always nervous.
I am not.
Look what happened last week when you read in the Pasadena paper the world was coming to an end.
That didn't bother me at all.
Then why were you wearing that asbestos suit?
Mary.
And walking around with that harp under your arm.
I wasn't taking any chances, sister. Now, don't embarrass me in front of the orchestra, will you?
All right, everybody, move over, clear the stage. Come on.
What?
You too, Benny, step aside.
Yes, sir.
Somebody grab those chairs.
I'll do it. I never saw him here before. Who is that, Mary?
Oh, he sweeps up around here.
Oh. Well, why is he wearing those striped pants and that silk hat?
Maybe he's going to call on MacArthur.
Him? But his eyes don't.
Oh, forget it, Jack.
Imagine sweeping up now 6 minutes before the show.
Yeah, there'll be a lot more to sweep up after the show.
Certainly sharp today, kiddo.
Okay, you can relax, Jackson. The stuff is here.
All right, Phil, listen, we've only got 5 minutes. Now, you better go over your band number right now.
Okay, are you all set, fellas? Yeah. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Root, toot, 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 toot. Hit it!
Phil!
What's wrong with you, Jackson?
Wrong. You're playing Wayne King's theme song. He was our summer replacement.
Well, why didn't he take the music off the stand?
Phil, your boys ought to know better than to play anything they see in front of them.
That's the most asinine thing I ever heard. Who's that?
He sweeps up around. Now, go ahead, Phil, rehearse your own number, will you?
Okay.
That's enough, Phil. That's enough. That's enough. We're on the air in 3 minutes. They haven't let the audience in yet. Hey, where's our producer? Hey, Ballin.
What is it, Jack?
Look, if we go on the air in 3 minutes, the audience isn't in yet.
Well, Jack, you've got the wrong time. It's only 3 minutes to 3.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I'm the producer. That's my job.
Oh, well, I'm glad we got that settled. Anyway, if we have an hour, I'm going back to my dressing room. See you later, kid. Yum, dum, da, dum, 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 dum. I wonder if two could live as cheaply as... Nah, I don't think so. Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-dum. But maybe if one of them doesn't eat so much, the two could... Nah, it wouldn't work. Da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
Boss, what are you doing back here?
I have the wrong time. We've got an hour yet.
Oh.
You know, Rochester, I'm really going to have to be on my toes this year because there's a great lineup of shows on Sunday. There's Gildersleeve, and following us is Cass Daly, then Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
You know, boss, Fred Allen's going to be with Edgar Bergen today.
Fred Allen is going to be with Bergen?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Is Charlie McCarthy sick?
No, Mr. Allen's going to be a guest, and next Sunday he starts his own program.
Allen, his own How do you like that? Allen coming back on the air. You know, Rochester, it isn't that I dislike that stinker personally, but I can't understand why people laugh at his kind of jokes.
Me either, boss.
It's a mystery to me why a sponsor would give him a job.
It's hard to understand, ain't it?
Certainly is. I can't figure out why he's such a big success. Can you, Rochester?
No, sir. But then, boss, maybe it's just that our vines have sour grapes.
No, that's not the case with me. I always give credit where I can. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
My name is Bradley, Steve Bradley. I'm a press agent, and I'm just what the doctor orders for you.
What?
I'm going to make people know you.
Know me? What are you talking about? I'm on the radio. Everybody knows me.
Ah, that's just it. They know you on Sundays, but what about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
What?
People should be Jack Benny conscious all the time, not just on Sundays. Why, what would happen if the Smiling Irishman smiled only on Mondays and was a sourpuss the rest of the week?
Well...
And what a dull gal Portia would be if she only faced life on Friday.
Yes, that's all very true.
I know what's on your mind, Benny. You're wondering if I, Jack and Steve Bradley, am the man to do your publicity.
Well, you don't have to be nervous.
Now, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Benny. I'm the fellow who made Madman Munch lose his temper. I'm the guy who cut Minute Rub down to 30 seconds. And I'm the man who made B.O. what it is today.
Gosh, you have done a lot of high-class work, but I don't think you can do anything for me.
Why, of course I can. What has B.O. got that you haven't got?
Well,
I'll make the world Benny conscious. I'll have your name on the lips of everybody in America. I'll do as much for you as I did for Sammy Klingenpeel.
Klingenpeel, that name is very familiar, but
Yeah, darn right it's familiar, and only because I made the world Klingenpeel conscious.
I know, but...
Why, 2 years ago, Sammy Klingenpeel was just another orchestra leader. But then I got a great idea. I said, look, Sammy, lots of people have gone over Niagara Falls in a barrel, but you're going over Niagara Falls in a barrel filled with wet cement.
Oh, yes, I remember. Wait a minute, he got killed doing it, didn't he?
Sure, but look at the publicity he got. Gosh, I'll never forget the newspaper space I got on his funeral. 40,000 people attended, and we never even found the body.
That's wonderful, but really, Mr. Bradley, I don't think I need...
Now, look, Benny, you hire me, and I'll make you famous in every part of the world. In the big cities, in the little towns like Schenectady, Joliet, Salinas, Amarillo, Waukegan, South Bend, Kenosha.
Wait a minute. Everybody in Waukegan knows me.
Well, how do you like that? I'm with you 3 minutes, and you're a celebrity already.
Who, me?
Hard to believe, isn't it? Hard to believe.
Well, look, Mr. Bradley, I've never had a publicity man, so I'll have to think it over. Can I see you after the show?
Why, certainly. You think it over, and in the meantime, I'll go out and order the barrel and the cement.
The what?
See you later.
What a dynamic personality. Maybe he's the kind of a guy I need. How did he impress you, Rochester?
I don't know, but I turned gray and he wasn't even talking to me.
Well, I think he's got something. I'm going to talk to him right after the broadcast. See, it's 3 o'clock by my watch. Turn on the radio, Rochester. Let's see what's on.
Okay.
And that concludes our regular Sunday program of popular recordings. The time is now exactly 5 minutes after 5 Pacific Standard Time.
Can you imagine that? 5 minutes after 5. The guy's all mixed up, too. Get another station, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Oh, careful, Bergen. You've got a frog in our throat.
Yes, so we have. But tell me, Charlie, do you like it here in New York?
Oh, yes, Bergen, I like it. It's fall, but the little flower is always out.
You know, Rochester, that Charlie McCarthy is... Charlie McCarthy? Rochester, it's after 5. I missed my program.
You sure have, boy.
Oh, my goodness. Mary, Phil, where's my producer? Hey, Ballin. This is awful. What do my sponsors say?
Maybe he likes it.
Rochester, stop joking. You think that one person in this company would know what time it is? What am I going to do now?
National Broadcasting Company. No, there's nothing wrong with your radio. Jack Benny wasn't on. You're welcome. Say, Mabel, I know what you're thinking, Gertrude. Yeah. All those people killed themselves for nothing.
You better not start the program until we're sure we're working.
Working? Hey, Libby, what are you talking about?
Phil, remember what happened last week? With the change of time, Jack got all mixed up, missed the program, and now he's in trouble with a sponsor.
Sponsor? Hey, this is serious. Certainly is. If Jack loses the program, I'll have to go out and find a job.
So will I.
So will Alice.
Oh, fine.
Hey, Libby, if Jackson gets fired, are you going to get your own radio program, or are you going to go into pictures?
Well, I'm not quite sure, Phil. I'll have to think it over.
Oh.
But in the meantime, tell Alice I'd appreciate it if she'd buy her stockings at the May Company. I'll give her a discount.
Gosh, I wish Jack would come back and give us the verdict. Come back? Why? Where is he?
He's on the phone in his dressing room talking to the advertising manager, Mr. Jones. Gee, I hope it works out all right.
You see, Mr. Jones, when I missed my program last week, it wasn't... Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones, are you listening?
Yes, Jack, I'm listening.
Well, when I missed my program last week, it wasn't my fault. See, my watch said 4 o'clock when it was really 5. So, you see, it wasn't my fault at all.
Excuses. Nothing but excuses.
But, Mr. Jones, didn't you ever make a mistake?
I never make mistakes.
Oh. Well, anyway, Mr. Jones, when you hired me...
All right, so I made one.
I knew you'd admit it. Anyway, Mr. Jones, when you hired me, we had an understanding that...
Wait a minute, Jack. Hold it a minute.
It's the start of the 7th inning. The count is 3-2. Here comes the pitch. Greenberg drives one deep into left field. He's rounded first. He's pulling up at second. It's another clean double for Greenberg.
What were you saying, Jack?
Well, Mr. Jones, I said that when you hired me, we had an understanding that...
Combine is now at bat. Here comes the pitch. It's a single. And Greenberg goes to third.
What were you saying, Jack?
Now, Mr. Mr. Jones. When you hired me, we had an understanding...
Look, Jack, I'm a busy man.
And the facts are still the same. We had a contract, and by not doing a show last Sunday, you broke that contract, and that's that.
But, Mr. Jones, let's not be so legal about it. For me to lose my program now is serious. It isn't as though I could start over again. After all, I'm 37.
What?
Well, I will be in February. Anyway, Mr. Jones, if I were you, I wouldn't be too hasty. I'm a great star, and everybody loves me. There you are. See?
They're cheering the ball game.
That's what you think. The game's in Chicago. Chicago's near Waukegan. My father's at the game, and he's cheering me. Anyway, the point I'm trying to get over is that... Mr. Jones. Oh, my goodness, we've been cut off. Operator.
Say, Gertrude, look at your switchboard.
Oh, yeah, it's Mr. Benny's dressing room flashing again.
I wonder what Mother McCree wants now.
I'll find out. Hello? I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I'll connect you again.
Say, Gertrude.
Yeah?
Let's listen in and hear what Mr. Benny's saying.
Oh, no, Mabel. Remember our code of ethics.
Ethics, schmethics, we're only here temporarily. Go ahead, listen to him in and hear what Mr. Benny's saying.
I don't have to listen in. I'm going out with him tonight. And you know him. One malted milk and he tells you everything.
What a man. Go on, Gertrude. Put on the earphones and listen to what he's saying.
Okay.
Can you hear him?
Uh-huh. Gee, the sponsor's really giving it to him.
Gee, that's awful. Isn't Mr. Benny defending himself?
He sure is.
What's he saying?
But Mr. Jones. But Mr. Jones. But Mr. Jones. But Mr. Jones.
What's happening now?
Greenberg's on third.
Well, I think
Wait a minute. Oh, my goodness, this is awful.
What is it, Gertrude?
The sponsor just said he had a good mind to make Phil Harris the star.
Phil Harris? Why, he's so conceited it would take the Globester 10 days to fly around his head.
You said it. You know, the other day I saw him in a drugstore and he was buying some rubbing alcohol.
He was?
Yeah. When his stomach won't hold anymore, he rubs it on.
Ain't it the truth? Gertrude, give another listen. Gertrude, give another listen and see what's happening.
Okay. Gee.
What is it?
I think Mr. Benny's going to lose his job.
Oh, that's a shame. After all, he's been the star of the show for so many years.
Oh, it don't sound so good.
What do you mean?
Mr. Benny just asked if he could stay on as one of the auctioneers.
Operator.
Yes.
Operator, I'm through with my New York call. Would you please figure up the charges?
Yes, sir.
Gosh, my sponsor sure was mad. But then he did give me another chance, so maybe I ought to... Oh, darn it, I hung up without asking him for a raise. Everything was going along swell this season, then along came Jones. Gee, I'm hungry. I wish Rochester would get back with that sandwich. Oh, well, I better get out on the stage. Hey, we must be on the air already. Larry Stevens is going into his song. That was Larry Stevens singing, and there you are. Very good, kid. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Jack, what happened?
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Jack, when you were talking to your sponsor, what did you find out?
I don't know. It's so hard to talk business to him. Some guy called Greenberg kept running in and out of his office. Anyway, he talked me into not quitting, and it's just as well. Especially right now that I've hired a publicity man.
A publicity man?
Is that the fellow that came to see you last Sunday?
Yeah, and you know what, Mary? He's going to make me the best-known man in America. He's going to have my name on the lips of every person in this country.
What's he going to do, put it in alphabet soup?
Oh, stop, will you?
Hey, you ought to leave them publicity guys alone, Jackson. You know, I had one 3 years ago, and he got me into a lot of trouble.
Why, what did he do?
Well, he got the bright idea of having me and my band put on a symphony concert at Carnegie Hall. And after we played the fourth number, half the audience got up and walked out.
Well, Phil, maybe the acoustics were bad.
What are you talking about? I didn't even have one.
Oh, that's terrible. Imagine having a band without one little acoust.
Carnegie Hall? Bill, your band plays much too loud for a place like that.
Well, I guess you're right, Jackson. When my band is given out, you can't even hear a gun go off.
You said it.
Yeah. And when my boys stopped playing, I found 3 of them dead.
Oh, my goodness, what did you do?
Nothing. I still got them with me.
You still got them with you?
They must be the 3 that are smiling.
I don't blame them. They can't hear. Well, anyway, Phil, I don't care what happened to you. I'm still going to keep that publicity man because he's really going to get...
Say, Jack, there's Rochester in the wings. He's trying to get your attention.
Oh, yes. I sent him out for a sandwich. Excuse me a minute.
Here you are, boss. You want to go in your dressing room and eat this?
No, I'll eat it right. Wait a minute, Rochester. This isn't what I told you to get. I ordered a simple combination sandwich of roast beef, Swiss cheese, turkey, ham, bologna, roast pork, salami, liverwurst, lettuce, tomato, and chicken. Now, where is it?
I passed Warner Brothers and they tipped it over.
What?
It was my own fault, boss. I shouldn't have put wheels on it.
Well, never mind. This sandwich will be okay. Rochester, didn't they give you any potato chips with it?
No, sir. They don't give potato chips anymore with a 20-cent sandwich.
Well, my goodness, they at least give you a couple of olives or a slice of pickle.
They said they can't afford to do that anymore.
Well, they're certainly cutting down on their food.
They sure are. And the man told me if things got any worse, when you order an egg sandwich, all you'll get is 2 slices of bread and a picture of a hen straining.
Well, hand me the sandwich. I'm hungry.
There you are. Ow! Boss, you bit my finger.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rochester. It's so hard to see on that rye bread. I'm sorry.
Well, see you later, boss.
Oh, don't go away, Rochester. I'm going to do a newspaper sketch, and I may want you to be in it.
Okay, I'll wait.
All right, kids, let's get on with the show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, in honor of National Newspaper Week, we're going
Jack,
to
for heaven's sake, when you eat a sandwich, why don't you use a napkin?
Huh?
You've got mayonnaise on your ear.
Oh.
I never saw anyone like you. If you can't reach it with your tongue, you let it alone.
Never mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, in honor of National Newspaper Week, come in.
Hello, Benny. Here I am on time, right on the nose like a pair of glasses.
Oh, I'm glad you came over, Steve. Hey, kids, this is my new press agent.
Hello, everybody. Bradley's the name, Steve Bradley, the man who told the birds and bees about people.
Well, sit down, Steve. We're just about to do a play, and I'll talk to you right after the program.
Good. I'll watch. Now, don't mind me. Just pretend I'm one of the family. You make believe I'm not here at all.
Okay. Now, Phil, as the play opens, I want you to play...
Hey, Benny, when I think of it, don't forget the publicity appointment you have for tomorrow.
Oh, I won't. Now, Phil...
At 10 a.m., you're going down to the Union Station where you'll be made an honorary red cap. At noon, you'll at noon sharp, you'll address the Pasadena Chamber of Commerce on California weather, the climate with the smog. At 12 o'clock, you're going to attend a press conference at the Ambassador Hotel, and at 9 p.m., I've got you booked into the Macambo.
The Macambo? What do I do there?
You pick a fight with Errol Flynn.
I pick a fight with Errol Flynn?
Don't worry, Louella Parsons will be in your corner.
Look, Steve, we'll talk about this after the broadcast. I've got a play to do. You know?
Okay. Now just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
Good. Now, Mary.
Yes, Jack?
In our sketch, you play the part...
Hold it, Benny, hold it. I just thought of a great idea.
Look, Steve.
What a stunt this is. What a stunt. Wednesday night, you catch the train for San Francisco, you hear? And on Thursday morning, while the fleet's in the harbor, you jump off Golden Gate Bridge.
Me? Wait a minute, Steve. I can't swim.
You'll never hit the water. There'll be a rope around your neck.
A rope around my neck, but I'll be hanged.
Oh, darn it. I keep forgetting I used to work for Swing and Sway with Sammy Kaye.
Well, watch it, brother. Watch it.
Well, I gotta leave you now, Benny. I'm going to pick up a couple of cameramen for those pictures right after the show.
Pictures of me?
Why, certainly. I'm going to have your puss leering out of every newspaper in this country now. So long.
So long.
Oh, by the way, don't forget, Wednesday afternoon, you're to be out at Hollywood Park at 3:30.
It's over. I probably won't pay anything anyway. All right, Phil, let's have a band number. Now, cut that out!
Play the number you're supposed to.
Okay.
These thoroughbreds are so temperamental.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, in honor of National Newspaper Week, we present a thrilling drama entitled The Mystery of the Murdered Movie Columnist, or They Were Playing Leapfrog and They Had a Hopper. I don't blame you. I shall play the part of Scoop Benny, the fearless, fighting, two-fisted editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Daily Bugle.
Jack, come back here. It's not till Wednesday.
Darn it. I had such a head start, too. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Phil Harris will be my star reporter. Curtain. Music. Los Angeles Daily Bugle. Editor Benny speaking. What? Give me all the details. When did he get there? Today? What a scoop.
What is it, Chief?
Greenberg's on third base. Now, let's...
Say, Chief, here's the story that just came in on the wire.
On the wire? What does it say?
Flash. Fred Allen opens his new radio season tonight.
Well, dress it up a little and put it in the obituary column. Anything else, Bud?
Yeah. It says here that Mayor LaGuardia is going to be his first guest.
Mayor LaGuardia? On with Fred Allen? Well, that ought to be worth a headline.
Yes, sir, Chief. What'll I say?
Little Flower finally meets Pot. Okay, Harris, run it like that.
Right.
Daily Bugle, Editor Benny speaking.
You're the guy I want to talk to. I know you're helping the police, but I'm warning you. They'll never catch me.
Who is this?
Itchy.
Itchy? Oh, yeah. Now, let's see. Where did I put those? Gee, and I only talked to him over the phone. Now, let's see. Where did I put those? Daily Bugle, Editor Benny speaking.
Hello, big boy. This is Mrs. Archibald J. Stuffington of 204 Stuffington Road, Archibald County, Stuffington, California.
Oh, yes. How are you, Stuffy?
I've got a big story for you. Come up to my apartment. My husband has just been murdered.
What was that?
My husband has just been murdered.
What was that?
You don't like him, do you?
No. Are you sure he's dead?
Well, just a second. I think so. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go rinse a few things out. Rinse away, rinse away.
Okay, Stuffy, I'll be right over. Hey, Harris.
Yes, Chief.
There's been a murder committed, and if we solve it before the police do, we'll get the exclusive story.
Then we better hurry.
Yeah, come on, let's go. Here's the house. You knock, Harris. I bruise easily. We'll get to the bottom of this murder and know the reason why. Well, I see you're in mourning already.
Who, me?
Oh, pardon me. Who are you?
I'm the English butler.
Oh, the butler. I'll question you first. Did you hear 5 gunshots this morning?
Yes, I heard the first one in the kitchen, the second one at the front door, and the other 3 as I was going through Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Now, wait a minute. How'd you get back here so fast?
My suspenders were caught on the door now.
Now we're getting someplace. Harris, keep an eye on the door now.
Well, hello, boys. I've been waiting for you.
Now, Mrs. Stuffington, I'm here to solve this murder. Where's the body?
I don't know. It was here a little while ago.
Well, who's been in this room?
Nobody but the maid. I told her to sweep up a little.
The maid, eh? Then let's
Wait a
question.
minute, Chief. Here's the body under the rug.
How do you like that? I can't break her of that habit.
Now, sit over here, Mrs. Stuffington. I'm going to question you.
Well, wait till I get comfortable. There.
All right, Mrs. Stuffington. Isn't it true that you married your husband
Don't
first?
start that, sister. Uncross your legs and pull your skirt down.
You keep out of this. Now, where were we?
There.
We were not. We were a little higher. That's better. Now, look, Mrs. Stuffington, I know you committed the murder, so you might as well confess.
Okay, boys, okay. Just set your cameras up over there. I'll get Benny to pose for the pictures.
Picture? Steve, wait a minute. We're doing a sketch.
Yeah, you can do that later. I got to get you ready for this publicity stunt.
Wait a minute. Get that saddle off my back.
Hold still now. Hold still.
Take that bit out of my mouth.
Oh, Benny. Ho now.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to run in that race at Hollywood Park.
Of course you're not. I got a better idea.
What?
We're going to paint you white and Halsey's going to ride you through Tokyo.
Through Tokyo? Hey, that's a great idea. Gee, Admiral Halsey. Come on, Steve, let's go.
Say, Jack,
Yes?
where are we broadcasting from next Sunday?
Well, Mary, we're going to do our show for the liberated war prisoners stationed at Santa Barbara. And Ingrid Bergman and Larry Adler are going to be with us.
Oh, that's swell. Well, Jack, here's my house.
Okay, get off.
Good night, Jack.
Good night, Mary. Yeah, I'll be glad to get home. These shoes are killing me.
Broadcasting for our liberated prisoners of war stationed at Santa Barbara, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, since we're playing to these distinguished members of our armed forces, I had planned to present to you a colonel.
A colonel, eh?
But I'm going to go farther than that. Here's the whole cob, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and what an introduction that was. Whole cob.
Well, Jack, I thought it was funny.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. One more introduction like that, and you'll be the first liberated announcer in radio. Whole cob.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to be a smart aleck. It's just that these boys have been away so long they'd give anything to hear a good joke.
You know, Don, now that you mention it, I think you're right. You know, only last night I saw one of these boys here take his girl to a lonely spot in the park, sit her down on a bench, put his arm around her, and just beg her to tell him a joke. Oh, you're absolutely right. Anyway, fellas, I started to say it's really nice being up here in Santa Barbara.
It certainly is, Jack, especially with the ocean being so close.
If you ask me, Don, the ocean is too close.
What do you mean?
Somebody around here is bottling it and selling it for beer. You know, just because it has a little foam on it isn't fooling anybody. Believe me.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Jack. Bottling the ocean and selling it for beer, you're exaggerating.
Exaggerating? Don, today is the first time I ever drank a bottle of beer with an undertow. almost pulled my tongue down my throat.
Jack, you must be talking about that beer they have up here. It's only 3.2.
Well, somebody ought to give it 77 more points and get it out of here. Anyway. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, Mary, isn't it great to be... Say, Mary. Mary, come here.
What is it, Jack?
Your lipstick is smeared.
What?
Your lipstick is smeared.
Well, what are you whispering about?
I didn't want these boys to know it.
Who do you think did it?
Oh, Mary, wait a minute. You mean you kissed all these fellas here?
I had to. I ran out of jokes.
Well, Mary, this is one time I don't blame you. They're a nice bunch of guys.
I think so. In fact, I'm going out with one of them tonight. He's taking me to the Flamingo Room.
Oh. The Flamingo Room, huh?
Yeah, that's basic training set to music.
Say, that place sounds kind of rough.
Rough? Last night, while a couple was jitterbugging, I heard the girl say, "Hey, Sam, let's make the next dance a waltz. You're kicking the gold out of my teeth."
Well, Mary, if that's the case, I don't think...
Hiya, fellas. Up to now, you've had nothing but corn, but now Harris is here and a star is born. Yes, lay it right on me. Yeah, drop that atomic job on me now. That modern stuff.
Yeah. How do you like that? A star is born. If you want to know the truth, fellas, a stork laid an egg with a soft shell, and they called it Harris. Phil, what's that hanging off your chin?
Seaweed. I just had a bottle of beer.
Oh, yeah, they get it right from the ocean.
Oh, so that's it.
What?
Well, I bought a bottle of beer, pulled off the cap, and a mermaid popped out and kissed me.
Well, are you kidding? A mermaid is half girl and half fish.
That's all right. I haven't got a date with her till Friday.
Oh. Well, ask her if she's got a friend for me. Huh? Now, Phil, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Sergeant Ryan, the editor of our local paper.
Uh-huh.
You know, a lot of the boys here saw you overseas, and I'd like to get a story about your last trip.
Oh, you mean the one I made this past summer through Germany?
Yes.
Well. Sit down, Sergeant.
You better lay down, brother. This is going to be a long one.
Quiet, soft shell. Well, Sergeant Ryan?
Jack, let me tell him.
Oh, Mary, let me...
Well, the night Jack left, he picked me up about 8:30 p.m. at my hotel in New York. We were crossing the 59th Street Bridge on the way to LaGuardia Field.
Gosh, Mary, just think. Here I am in the United States, and in a few hours I'll be in Europe. Isn't flying wonderful?
Yeah. Gee, I wish I was going with you.
I do, too. Rochester, drive a little faster. I don't want to miss the plane.
Yes, sir.
By the way, Rochester, where did you pack my violin?
I put it in that suitcase with the tag on it.
Tag? What tag?
The one that says, "In case of emergency, throw this first."
Oh, yeah? Oh, well, look, Rochester, while I'm gone, I want you to do the washing, polish the furniture, wax the floors, scrub the kitchen, defrost the icebox, water the garden, and mow the lawn.
Uh-huh.
And I want you to do those things every week. No loafing like when I was away last year. I found out what happened. And, oh, yes, don't forget to feed the parrot.
That stool pigeon?
Rochester, I didn't buy that parrot to keep an eye on you.
Then why were your letters addressed to him?
That's none of your business.
I should have got suspicious when he answered one of them and he asked me how to spell lazy.
Well, if you thought the parrot was smart enough to write me a letter, why didn't you take the pen away from him?
I did, but he went on take it or leave it and got another one.
Never mind that, Rochester, and hurry to the airport.
Say, Jack.
Yes?
Doesn't it make you nervous thinking about flying all the way across the Atlantic Ocean?
Nah, it's nothing. Doesn't bother me at all. Move over here closer to me, Mary.
But, gee, it looks like you'd be a little scared. It's such a long flight.
It's nothing, really. I never even think about it. Come on, I want to put my arm around you. Move over here.
I can't. Your life raft is in the way.
that. Here, I'll move it. There.
Anyway, how can you put your arm around me while you're wearing that Mae West?
It's not inflated yet. Now, come here. There, that's better. You gonna miss me, Mary?
Uh-huh.
You gonna write to me?
Uh-huh.
You're not going out with any other fella until I come back?
No.
Good.
Now, will you stop pulling my hair?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. And when you come back, I'll get the whole gang together and we'll give a big party for you.
Say, that'll be swell. A party. Hey, just a minute. That reminds me of something. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
While I'm away this time, I don't want you throwing any parties in my house.
But, boss.
No buts about it. I found out about the party you gave last time I was gone that lasted until 8 o'clock in the morning.
Tell me more. I'd like to live that one over.
Never mind. It's disgraceful. What in the world could cause a party to last until 8 o'clock in the morning?
Geniality of companionship, harmony of thought, and plenty of ice.
That's what I thought. Rochester, here's the airport. Turn in here and stop.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mary. It's almost plane time. You bring my stuff, Rochester.
Constellation leaving on runway 3 for Casablanca, Tripoli, and Cairo.
Gee, look at all the planes.
Skymaster leaving on runway 6 for Rome, Naples, and Vienna.
Gee, isn't it exciting?
Yeah.
Pogo Stick leaving on runway 5 for Anaheim, Azusa.
Gosh, I wonder...
Hey, Jackson.
Oh, Phil.
I came down to see you off.
Gee, that's swell.
Flight 60 now loading at Gate 2 for Paris, Munich, and Berlin. All aboard, please.
That's me, Mary. That's my plane. Here, give me a big kiss.
All right.
Now, Phil...
Let's just shake hands.
I guess so.
All aboard.
Rochester, don't forget all the things I told you. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, Jack. Happy landing.
So long, Jackson.
Well, it won't be long now.
Can you see him, Miss Livingston?
No, he's in that crowd of people right by the door of the plane. There, now I can see him. Gee, he must be a little nervous.
Why?
The hostess is carrying him up the steps. Now he's inside the plane. I can't see him anymore.
I see him.
Where?
See those two men sitting by that first window?
Uh-huh. Which one is Mr. Benny?
The green one.
Oh, yes. Oh, they're getting ready to take off. Goodbye, Jack. Goodbye.
Well, there he goes.
And that, Sergeant Ryan, was the last time we saw Jack until he came back.
That's very interesting. Now, Mr. Benny, could you tell me a little bit more about the type of shows you did over there in Germany?
Yes, Sergeant. I had a great gang with me. Ingrid, Bergman, Larry Adler, Martha Tilton, and our accompanist, David Lee Winter. Now, as I was the master of ceremonies, so first I walked out on the stage and knocked him over with a couple of fast jokes. And then I said, hey, fellas, I bring you the world's greatest harmonica player, Larry Adler.
Oh, Charles, I'm so fortunate having you as my husband, and we're both so happy. Come, my dear, let's sit over here. Charles, what are you staring at?
That picture. That picture on the wall. Ingrid, why did you turn it around?
No, you're mistaken. I did not turn the picture around.
Then why has Whistler's mother got the rocking chair on her head? Why?
No, perhaps she's rearranging the room.
Ingrid, I don't know what to do with you. Today you turned the picture. Yesterday you lost the brooch. You cannot be trusted with jewelry.
No, but Charles...
Give me that emerald ring you are wearing.
No.
Come, take it off your finger.
No, Charles, not the emerald ring. It was the first gift you ever gave me back in those happy, carefree days in Naples. No, anything but the emerald ring. It holds so many tender memories for me. Memories of days gone by when you loved me as I still love you. What did you say, darling? Charles, you must can't stop drinking that 3-2 beer.
Do not change the subject. Think, Ingrid. Think. Why did you turn the picture?
Charles, believe me, I did not turn the picture. Someone else must have done it.
Aha, so now you are accusing the maid. Picking on a poor defenseless girl who was rejected by the Desert Battalion. I shall call her in and ask her.
No, please don't embarrass me in front of the servants. Don't call Marie. She's doing the washing. Let her finish. The neighbors are waiting for it.
Let them wait. I will ring for her. Marie, come in here.
Rinse our white, rinse our white. Our face on.
Every week she cannot finish that song.
Cheerio, here I am, sir.
Marie, did you touch that picture on the wall?
Oh, no, sir. I never touch anything in here.
There you are, Ingrid. You have been lying to
but
me.
Charles.
Enough. You may go, Marie.
Okay, Chucky, thanks. I got a date with Harry.
You mean Harry?
No, Harry, he has a hole in his head.
That hole in his head. Well, I got to go on and
That's my life. I got him running along. Good night, Limberlips.
Good night, cutie.
Cutie, how can you talk to her like that?
I force myself. See?
Oh, my darling, what has happened to our love? When I married you and you brought me to this house, you promised to put me on a pedestal.
I did put you on a pedestal.
Yes, but when I finished painting the ceiling, you pulled it out from under me.
Nagging, always nagging. Ingrid, I do not know what to do with you. I am going now. Goodbye.
No, please don't go. Don't go. He's gone. Every night he goes out at the same time. What are these mysterious twists? Soon the lights will go low, and with it my spirit will sink. Oh, perhaps Charles is right. Maybe I am losing my mind. For this, they gave me the Academy Award. To me, I love you. He'll come back. He loves me too. Oh, he loves me. Charles, don't ever leave me again. Let me hold you close. Charles, wait a minute. Who are you?
If I told you I'm anybody else but Charles, I'd be nuts.
You're not Charles.
No, I'm not Charles. I'm a detective, and I've come to help you.
Oh, then you must be Joseph Cotton.
Cotton? For you, baby, I'd be nylon. Yes, sir. Now, what's your trouble, Iggy?
Strange things happen. A brooch disappears, and the lights look bright and dim. Pictures turn themselves on the wall. And I do things without knowing it. I see things that aren't there. What shall I do?
Have you tried black coffee and tomato juice?
Oh, you don't understand. I'm in great danger. My husband is acting peculiar. He's always muttering strange things.
Strange things, huh? What does he keep saying?
Greenberg's on third base.
How do you like that?
Look, the lights are getting brighter again. That means my husband is coming back. Quick, he's in the closet.
Okay, but hurry now.
Hide in the closet.
I'll hick him there, but let's hurry and get rid of him, huh? Hurry, Ingrid. It's stuffy in here.
Well, Ingrid, I am back again. Any more pictures for around, kiddo?
Charles, don't say things like that. You frighten me. Oh, where are you going?
I am going to hang my hat in the closet.
No, Charles. Please, not there.
Out of my way. I am going to hang my hat in the closet.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, sir. Ingrid, Perhaps you are not to blame for the things you do. You do not know what you are doing. You are losing your mind. You need a rest. I must send you away.
All right, Charlie, up with your hand.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm Cotton.
Cotton.
And that's what I like about the South.
Well, tote that bail out of you.
No, you don't. You've been trying to make your wife believe she was insane so you could get her out of the house and look for those hidden jewels.
No, that was it.
Yes, honey, he was trying to drive you crazy, and I'm going to tie him to this chair and go for the police.
Let me alone.
Let me alone still. No, you don't. Hold still. There. He can't bother you now, Ingrid. He's tied to the chair. Now, you guard him until I get back.
There you are, Charles. Tied to a chair like a criminal that you are. For years you have tormented me, embarrassed me, degraded my life, ruined my health, tried to drive me mad. Didn't you, Charles? Didn't you? Why don't you answer me?
Because I'm tied up. I can't turn the page. Ingrid, please, you can free me. You can cut these cords. Pick up that knife.
There is no knife here.
Certainly there is a knife there. See, you've got it in your hand.
Charles, are you suggesting that this is a knife that I hold in my hand? Have you gone mad, my husband? Oh, is it I who am mad? Oh, yes, of course, this is a knife.
Ingrid.
Oh, I'll not hurt you. No, I just torment you. Just torment you. Like you tormented me. You're so heartless, so cruel.
What?
Oh, I do not know what I'm saying. You're right, Charles. I'm mad.
But Ingrid, my darling, we can forget the past. We can be happy if you will only remember one thing.
What is that, Charles?
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is still a sigh.
Ingrid, what is that?
Oh, just a little something left over from Casablanca.
Oh.
Upon the mantelpiece of wine as time goes by.
Thanks very, very much, fellas. I also want to thank Larry and Ingrid for being with us. You were a grand audience. Thanks very, very much.
The Jack Benny Program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Now, let's see. What do you think of Texas Sandman, Rochester?
He stands a pretty good chance, boss.
Yeah. How about Surdy?
A mighty good horse.
The shame that Busher is out of the race. She would have been the heavy favorite. Gee, she'd have been a cinch.
Wait a minute, boss. In horse racing, there's no such thing as a cinch. Remember what happened to me last year when I bet on a cinch?
Didn't he win?
Win. He came in last. When he finally did finish, he was disqualified for not having a jockey.
Oh, you mean the jockey was thrown off?
No, he starved to death.
Well, let's look at the racing form again. I don't know. I still like that long shot, Ligero Honey.
Oh, no, boss. You take Texas Sandman. He's by Shipton Sands II out of Swamp Queen.
Oh, you mean his mother and father? I still like Ligero Honey.
But, boss, take a horse like Surdy. He's by Mio de Arezzo out of Risky Miss.
Oh. What about Ligero Honey?
He's an orphan.
Well, so is Barbara Stanwyck, and she's doing all right. Believe me.
Barbara Stanwyck?
Yes. She won the Daily Double Indemnity. Say, that's a good one, isn't it? Double Indemnity. Oh, boy. That was good. I wish Miss Livingston and Mr. Harris were here to hear that one.
Yeah, I wish it was anybody but me.
Never mind. Come in. Gosh, I don't know. There's so many good horses in this race. There's Paper Boy, Bull Ray, Best Effort, challenge me.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. I don't see that here.
Jack, I said hello.
Oh, hello, Mary. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to pick a horse in the big race tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't go to the races. You're such a hard loser.
I am not.
Go on. Last year when you went to the track, you had a vial of poison strapped to your leg.
Vial of poison. You're so clever. Say, Rochester, here's a horse.
Oh, say, Jack, I got a letter from Mama. She said she heard last week's program and thought it was great.
She did? Good.
She thought Ingrid Bergman was wonderful the way she played Gaslight.
Well, she was.
And Papa said you were as well as Charles Boyer.
Good. What did Mama say to that?
Nothing. She just gave Papa some black coffee and put him to bed.
Well, your mother wouldn't even like me if I was good. Now, here's a horse called Shuffle that... You know, Mary, I never saw anyone like your mother. She hates me, and I do everything in the world for her. I remember her on Christmas, her birthday, Mother's Day. What about that ocean trip I offered her to go to Europe?
A fine offer. You told her to join the WAC.
Well, if she couldn't pass her physical, it's not my fault. She challenged me, Sickles' choice. That's a good one. I'll tell you another thing, Mary. If your mother doesn't change her attitude toward me, I'm going to stop sending her my old slaps. Now, let's see. Sickles' choice, challenge me.
Now, Jack, Mama,
Wait a minute. Let me see. I wonder how much weight she carries.
240 pounds.
I'm not talking about your mother. Anyway, if she'd taken some of that off, she would have passed her physical. Let's see. Sickles' choice. Come in! Next time you write a letter to your mother, tell her the... Well, hi, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Larry. How's married life?
Oh, fine, except that my wife can't cook very well.
What do you mean?
Well, we had some people over for dinner 2 weeks ago, and I don't think the meal agreed with them.
Why, what'd they say?
Nothing. They're still sitting there.
See, Sickles' choice.
Mr. Benny, are we going to rehearse for the program?
As soon as the rest of them get here.
Then I'll go in by the piano and rehearse my song, Navajo Trail.
Okay. Sickles' choice, challenge me. Corbett's writing Georgie. Rochester, I've gone over this racing form 5 times, and I think you're right. It looks like Texas Sandman all the way.
Now you're talking, boss.
That settles it. Texas Sandman. I'm going out there tomorrow and put $2 right on his nose. That's what I'm going to do. You can give me your $1 now, Rochester. Hand it over.
Okay.
If the world comes to an end tomorrow, it's okay with me. I've seen everything.
What'd you say, Mary?
Nothing.
Now, Rochester, when I go to the track tomorrow, I'm going to wear my brown tweed suit. Is it pressed?
Yes, sir.
Good. By the way, I found out about you wearing my gray suit Wednesday night when I was out.
Me?
Yes, I found out all about it. Now, admit it. You did wear it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Doggone, that parrot's been talking again.
It has not.
I'm sick and tired of the way that bird spies on me.
Rochester, my parrot doesn't spy on you.
Then how come his returned address is the house on 92nd Street?
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, the rest of the gang will be here soon. We're going to rehearse in the library. So be sure there are plenty of chairs in there.
Okay. Doggone that parrot. He tells the boss everything he sees. I wonder how long you'd have to cook a parrot before it's tender. Doggone, I'd like to hit him over the head with his own drumstick. Well, I'd better go and get the library fixed up. It's kind of dusty in here. Guess I'd better... Just look at him sitting in that cage watching me. I'd better get busy or he'll rat on me.
Hello.
I won't pay any attention to him.
Hey, Rochester.
I better move these chairs over here.
Hey, Rochester.
Child, quiet, blab 'em out. One of these days...
Rochester!
Yes, boss?
Answer
answer the door.
Answer the door, answer the door, answer the door.
You better be quiet, Polly. Don't you tell me what to do. You know I've been around here longer than you have, and if you keep that up, I'm going to...
Shut
Okay.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hiya, Roch.
Hello, gentlemen. It's Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson, boss.
Oh, come on in, fellas. Come on, Mary. Everybody's here. We better start rehearsing.
Okay.
Hello, Don, Phil. Say, you boys are a little late.
It's my fault, Jackson. I started playing with my little daughter, and I forgot all about the time.
Oh, that's all right, Phil.
Say, Phil, I saw your little daughter the other day, and that baby is sure growing. She looks just like Alice.
You ain't kidding, Mary. Last night she put on Alice's high-heeled shoes and one of her long dresses, and I couldn't tell them apart.
Honest?
Yeah, after dinner I threw Alice in the crib and took the kid to the Palladium.
Phil, you know that didn't happen.
Well, it was the kid or the nurse. Somebody went with me.
Now, let's forget it and start the rehearsal.
Jack, I wish that last week you'd have let me be Charles Boyer in that sketch with Ingrid Bergman.
Oh, fine. Fate Boyer.
No, I'm serious, Jack. Listen.
Don.
Let me take you in my arms and press you close.
Don, you're hurting me. Now, come on, we're late. Let's get on with the rehearsal.
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, kids. Now, here's the rehearsal. Now, Phil's band picks up right after the commercial. All right, hit it, Phil.
Can it be the breeze that fills the trees with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't the breeze. It's Jackson time. La, da, da, da.
Then, after Don's introduction, I say, thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And say, Mary, did you have a good time at the races yesterday? Well, go ahead, Mary. You got the next line.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to do that corny joke. It's awful.
It is not awful. I wrote it myself.
Well, just listen to the way it sounds. You say, did you have a good time at the races, Mary? And then I have to say, well, yes, except the horse I bet on was so slow the jockey had to get off and bush her.
Did you get it, Phil?
Yeah, I got it all over me.
Well, I like the gag, and it stays in.
Well, then everything that Fred Allen says about you is right.
Well, let's not talk any more about Boston's half-baked bean. We got to get on with this. Oh, there's a poem. We can never finish a rehearsal. Mary, you had the last line, and as soon as we...
Hi, Benny. Hello, everybody. Thought I'd drop in to see if I can get any ideas for a couple of publicity stories.
Oh, hello, Steve. Sit down. We're rehearsing.
Go right ahead. Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
Thanks, Steve. Now, Mary, let's forget the Busher joke and go on with...
Hey, Benny, I got a publicity campaign mapped out for you that's a dilly. I'm going to give you a new build-up. I'm going to play down Benny the comedian and play up Benny the glamour boy.
Me? Glamour boy?
Certainly. Your name should be in the gossip columns every day, tied up with a lot of dames. You know, the romantic angle.
But, Steve, I'm almost 37. But, huh?
Nobody let that get out of this room.
But, Steve...
Yes, Benny the romantic angle. That's it. I'll get everything fixed up. Tomorrow night, you're going out with Lana Turner.
But will Lana Turner go out with me?
Why, sure. We're going to wrap a towel around your head and call you Turhan Benet.
Now, wait a minute.
When I get through with this campaign, Benny will be as famous as hot dogs or apple pie. Jack Benny will be the delight of the Bobby Sox Brigade. Jack Benny will be the...
Polly, sit down.
Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
I'm sorry, Steve. That was my parrot.
Oh, well, I got to get going anyway now, so I'll see you a little later. So long.
So long.
Hey, Benny, don't let that 37 get out of this room. From now on, you're 25.
Oh, Steve, how can I look like 25?
What you haven't got in the flesh, I can get out of a jar. So long.
Steve, what happened?
You're 37 again. I dropped the jar.
Well, I'm glad he's gone. Now, come on, kids. Let's finish the rehearsal. Gosh, that was the most tiring rehearsal I ever went through. So many interruptions. I hope I get a good night's sleep. Gee, this bed feels good. Well, I might as well take my shoes off. This little piggy went to market. This little pig... Oh, I guess I'm too old for that. I was 25 for a few minutes there. Say, I wonder if... Where's the mirror? Say, I don't look so bad with this towel around my head. I'm the Sheik of Araby. Lana's love belongs to me. I better turn out the light and get to bed. Gee, I hope I do well at the track tomorrow. I think Rochester was right. Texas Sandman looks like a good bet. Of course, there's so many good horses in that race, you can't tell. Are you with it? That's a good show bet. 30. Sickles' choice.
Jack, have you placed your bet yet?
Yes, Mary. I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. And just to ensure it, I bet $2 on Texas Sandman to show. I got a hunch Challenge Me is the horse. Who you betting on, Mary?
I put $50,000 on Rinso White.
Better be careful, Mary. A whole week's salary.
Oh, Jack, look. Look, Jack, there's a horse in this race called Buck Benny.
Where? Oh, yes, Buck Benny, named after me.
Hey, Jackson, who you betting on the 56th race?
Well, I'm thinking of Gypsy Rose Lee.
So am I, but who you betting on?
Well, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next race, Texas Sandman will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must mark that down.
Sickles' Choice will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must make a note of that, too.
Buck Benny will run with glasses and a cane.
Mary, how do you spell cane?
WLXTYGR.
Isn't there an E in it? Or something? Hey, Mary, look, the horses are passing us now on the way to the track.
Yeah, and look at poor Busher. She can't be in the race because of a lame leg.
Yeah, isn't that a shame? I'm going over and give her a lump of sugar. Hello, Busher, old girl. You hurt your little footsie, didn't you, girlie? I'm so sorry you're not in the race. How do you feel, Busher?
Lousy.
Say, Busher, I put $85,000 on Challenge Me. What do you think of his chances?
With me out, they've all got a chance.
I guess so. Well, goodbye, Busher. I'll see you at Claudette's on New Year's. Gee, I'm sorry she hurt her foot there.
The horses are all at the starting gate. Steady. Steady now. And they're off.
Boy, look at them go.
He's bellowing off in front of the front. Daly is
challenge me.
And they hit the halfway mark in. He missed it by a length. El Lobo is second and Greenberg's on third.
Gosh, he's been there so long.
Challenging his fourth, all-rated fifth, and here comes Mildred Pierce.
Mildred Pierce?
Unheard by shaking hands with the devil.
You're not kidding.
They're all in a bunch as they're journeying for home. So while they're all gathered together, I want to say a few words. Horses, do you ever suffer from a frail tail? Do you develop grit on your bit? Do you get floats from your rope? You do? Then why not try sympathy?
Gee, I didn't know that was good for horses, too.
There, coming down the home stretch is Gaslight, leading by 2 lengths. Mary's mother is second.
Gee, Mary didn't tell me she was running today.
Bodyguard is third. Hot Dog is fourth, and Mustard is coming through on the outside.
Gee!
And Jealousy is coming up from behind.
Come on! Come on, challenge me! Come on! Come on!
Boss, wake up!
Come on, challenge me! Get in there! Get in there!
Boss, you're dreaming. Wake up!
Come on, challenge me! Huh? What?
You've been dreaming, boss.
I've been... Oh, yes. And gosh, what a dream that was. Oh, Rochester! Rochester, quick!
What?
Give me a sleeping pill. I gotta find out who won.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember last week, Jack had a dream that he went to the racetrack and bet $85,000 on the winner, Challenge Me. So now we'd like to take you back about 6 days. It's Monday afternoon. Jack is in the library of his home talking with his press agent, Steve Bradley.
But, Steve, I don't know what the...
I'm telling you, Benny, if you don't go for this publicity stunt, you ought to have your head examined.
All right, Steve. What is it? Quiet, Polly. Steve, what is it?
Well, this story will be slapped to the front page of every newspaper in the country. By tomorrow afternoon, the whole world will be talking about Jack Benny. Why, you couldn't have gotten this much publicity if you'd married Margaret O'Brien.
All right, Steve, tell me, what is this big...
Hello.
Polly, quiet. Steve, you haven't told me what this is all about. For heaven's sake, what is this big story?
Benny, this is so big, it's even too big for me to tell you. What time is it?
4:30.
4:30. Turn on that radio. Erskine Johnson's on. I gave him the story, and I think he's going to break it today.
Turn on the radio, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Erskine Johnson in Hollywood. There's some very exciting news today from the film capital, and here's the hottest news of all. I've just learned that in the recent Gold Cup race at Hollywood Park, Jack Benny, famous tightwad of screen and radio, bet $85,000 on the winner, Challenge Me. The price was $17.20 to win. This netted the comedian exactly $646,000. What a break for Benny.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Steve, are you crazy? Have you gone nuts? Have you lost your mind?
Now, Benny, don't get excited. Come down off of that bookcase and let me talk to you.
But, Steve, don't you remember I told you it was all a dream? It didn't happen. I dreamt that I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. Why, I wouldn't...
Hold it, Benny. Now, hold it. Nobody outside of this room knows it's a dream. Now, we're going to make them believe it really happened.
What?
It'll give you a new personality. Why, all your life you've been Benny the skinflint, Benny the cheapskate, Benny the miser. Benny the miser, Benny the miser.
Polly, be quiet.
Now, from now on, it's going to be Benny the spendthrift, the plunger, the sport, the Diamond Kim Brady of the 20th century. Everybody in America will be talking about the new Jack Benny.
Well, say it, Steve. It might be something at that. I guess it wouldn't hurt if people thought it really happened.
Can't hurt a thing, not a thing. I gotta run now, Benny, and look. Whenever you're out in public, I want you to light your lucky strikes with $10 bills.
$10 bill? But, Steve...
All right, use 5.
But I don't want to burn a $5 bill every time I go...
Okay, use 1, but wrinkle them so nobody can see the numbers.
But even $1 bills, I don't want to go around...
Couldn't he use a red-hot penny?
Yeah, I have plenty of matches.
You've got to impress the public, Benny. Now, this will be in every Hollywood column. Louella Parsons, Jimmy Starr, Hedda Hopper, Harrison Carroll, Harry Crocker. And, Benny, be sure to listen to your radio every night this week. So long!
Gee, Rochester, you know, he may have something. This may turn out to be a great thing for me.
Yeah, your dreams are getting better all the time.
They sure are.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater. Oh, yes, there's big news tonight. There was nothing outstanding in the news last night. No one knows what the news will be tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's big news from Hollywood tonight. Jack Benny, the comedian, went out to Hollywood Park last Saturday and placed a bet of $85,000 on Challenge Me to win. Mind you, to win. Then he watched calmly as the horses ran and remained calm. The Challenge Me came up from far behind to calmly win the Gold Cup race. And the horse paid a big price. Jack Benny won $646,000. Oh, yes, there's one happy soul in Hollywood tonight. And now, just 30 seconds for my sponsor.
Rochester, tonight's the night we're supposed to listen to H.V. Kaltenborn.
Yes, sir, I'll turn it on.
Good evening, everybody. Well, we have several new developments in the news this evening. Yes. And those developments come particularly from Russia. But before I give you the news from Europe, here's a very interesting item from our own country. It has been disclosed that Jack Benny, radio screen star, won $646,000 on Challenge Me in last Saturday's Gold Cup race in Hollywood. Benny, who has been known for years, is inclined to hoard his money. He placed a bet of $85,000 on the horse that won the race. This comes as quite a surprise to the nation. And now the latest development from Russia. It seems that...
Turn it off, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, isn't this terrific? All this publicity, and the only ones that know it was a dream are Steve Bradley, you, and me.
And me.
Quiet, Polly. Rochester, I'm going upstairs and shave before I go to bed. Don't forget to come up and tuck me in.
I won't, boss, I won't. Doggone, the boss should have stayed a baby. He's scared of the dark, likes milk, sucks his thumb, and sleeps with a teddy bear. Well, I guess he never... Uh-oh, there's the door.
Good evening. I'm a reporter with the Associated Press. You're Rochester, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Fine, you're just the one I wanted to get my story from. Now, let me ask you something. Have you noticed any change in Mr. Benny since he won all this money?
Well, no, except that now he's strongly in favor of a large army and navy.
Yes, I can understand that. Now, an interesting sidelight on this story would be how Mr. Benny carried this money home from the track.
Well, I don't know, but I imagine in the usual way, in his shoes.
He carries his money in his shoes?
Uh-huh. You can tell his financial condition by his height.
Really?
Yeah, when he reaches 6'5", he's on his way to the bank.
Well, Rochester, this is all very interesting, and I'd like to ask you one more question.
Yes, sir.
I imagine since Mr. Benny won $646,000, he throws his money away.
Yes, but not far. Not far!
Well, he probably doesn't want people to think he's a show-off. Thank you very much, Rochester.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, I better go up and tuck the boss in. Tomorrow's Saturday, he's got a rehearsal. I hope he's asleep or I'll have to tell him a story. Let's see, I did Little Red Riding Hood last night. Oh, well, I'll do the Three Little Bears. He never remembers that. Yeah, that's the one.
There's quite a crowd around NBC today, isn't there, Rochester?
Yes, sir. Have you got the scripts, boss?
I've got them. Let's go in.
Let's see your passes before you... Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, hello, Mike.
Congratulations, Mr. Benny. Sure, it's the luck of the Irish you had at the races.
Oh, you heard about me cleaning up on Challenge Me.
That I did. How does it feel?
Feel? Well, to tell you the truth, it doesn't make me feel any different. I haven't changed a bit.
I was afraid of that.
Uh-huh?
I mean, I was afraid of you changing.
Oh. Well, come on, Rochester. Let's go on inside. Funny how everyone in town knows about me winning that money. See, that Steve Bradley did a terrific job on the publicity. I'm the most talked of man in
Jack, congratulations. Let me give you a big kiss. You know, Jack.
Wait a minute, Mary. Gee, I'm all out of breath. You never kissed me like that before. Gee, you got lipstick all over my forehead.
Gosh, Jack, imagine you winning $646,000. The things you can do with that money.
Yeah. See, I can buy limousines, a yacht, a new flint for my cigarette lighter.
Gee, I can't understand it. How did you happen to bet $85,000?
Well, it's all I happen to have with me. I was wearing low shoes that
day. You know, Jack, there's one thing puzzling me. Last week when you told me about this, you said it was only a dream.
Oh, you see, Mary, I was too modest to admit the truth.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen you bet more than $2 on a horse.
Well...
And even then, you give the jockey sealed orders to be open at the first turn.
Just the same, Mary, I'm telling you the truth.
Hiya, Jackson. 646,000 pieces of federal lettuce. Congratulations, Mary. Kiss me, you dove.
Well, you were supposed to congratulate me.
I know, but it's more fun this way.
No lipstick on his forehead. He's got a bad aim.
You know, Jackson, I can't get over you betting $85,000 on a horse.
Why?
Well, you've been so cheap all your life. You must have a dual personality.
Well, I'm the same guy I always was. There's no such a thing as a dual personality.
Certainly there is. There are two sides to everyone.
What?
I got two sides to me.
What do you mean?
Well, there's one side of me that likes bourbon, scotch, gin, beer, and pretzels.
Yeah?
And then there's the other side of me that don't like pretzels.
Bill, you've got three sides. There's another side of you don't like music. Now, come on, we got to rehearse.
Jack, what kind of show are we going to do this week?
Oh, I don't know, but I think I'd like to do another sketch like Gaslight. You know, the one we did 2 weeks ago with Ingrid Bergman.
Say, Jackson, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. That Ingrid Bergman dame puzzles me. I never knew that Ingrid was a girl's name.
Why not?
Well, last year when I didn't want to sign that new contract with you, that's what you call me.
That was Ingrid. My goodness, can't you tell?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hi,
Hello,
Don.
Hello, Jack, and congratulations.
Well, Colonel Blimp.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I wish you'd stop making fun of my weight. It's not my fault.
It isn't that?
No, gosh, Jack, being fat's no fun. Only yesterday I went to the doctor about it, and he said that my excess weight was due to a rare illness known as pulmonarium digestibilis equinarius.
What does that mean in English?
I eat like a horse.
All right, kids, now let's start
Say, boss, the telephone operator has been trying to reach you. You got a long-distance call from New York.
Oh. Well, I'll take it on this phone here.
Say, Mabel. Yeah? Mr. Benny's dressing room is flashing. I wonder what Stella Dallas wants now. I don't know. I'll find out. Hello?
Operator, this is Jack Benny. You have a long-distance call for me?
Just a second, Mr. Benny. I'll check on it. Say, Mabel, did you handle a long-distance call for Mr. Benny?
Oh, yeah, New York was trying to get him. I'll plug in the long-distance operator. Say, Gertrude, ain't that Jack Benny an amazing character?
Yeah.
I'll never forget how he kept buying me candy bars and trying to lure me up to his apartment to show me his etchings. And finally, like a darn fool, I went,
Gee, what happened?
He showed me his etchings.
You know, I don't... Hello, NBC. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll plug you in immediately. Gee, Mabel, my switchboard's all filled. Benny's on the first plug, Gildersleeve's on the second, and Greenberg's on third. You think that some... Yes? All right, I'll tell him. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, operator?
That long-distance call was canceled.
All right, thank you. All right, kids, now let's start the rehearsal. Where's Larry Stevens?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, kid.
Gee, $646,000. Oh, boy, could I use that money now that I'm married.
Why? What would you do with all that money, kid?
I'd go on a honeymoon.
But I thought you went on a honeymoon.
Yeah, but this time I'd take my wife with me.
Well, kid, someday you may be as smart as I am. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal. Now, Larry, you go over your song while we go in the other room and read the script.
Okay.
Now, come on, fellas.
How'd the rehearsal go tonight, Mr. Benny?
Fine. Now, remember, Rochester, don't you dare tell anybody that my winning all that money was only a dream.
Don't worry, boss. It'll be our little secret.
Boy, what a publicity stunt this is. That Steve Bradley certainly knows his business. He's really a genius. We're only a block from home now, Rochester. You can start putting on the brakes.
There you are, boss, right in front of the house.
More like it. Last night I had to walk back a block. Rochester, I'm going in. You put the car in the garage.
Yes, sir.
What time is it, Rochester?
11:15.
That late? 11:15, huh? Well, you can have the rest of the night off.
Thanks, boss. I'll run to the country for a rest.
Good night.
Good night.
Let's see. Where's my key? Oh, here. I'll have to get a longer keychain. This doorknob hurts my stomach. There. Gee, it's dark. Where's the light? Oh, here. Gee, I can't get over...
All right, Benny. Stick 'em up.
Yipe!
Come on, Benny. Get back in your shoes.
What? What is it?
It's a stick-up. Now listen, Benny. I want that $600,000 you won at the racetrack.
But I haven't got it. I didn't win any money. My press agent, Steve Bradley, he put it in the papers. It was just a publicity stunt. The joke's on you. See?
Now stop stalling, Benny. You keep your dough in a vault and we're going down there and get it.
But I...
Get moving.
And right straight for that bolt or I'll drill you.
Yes, sir. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Huh?
No, Benny, I just want to get in that bolt.
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Now, I got this gun right in my pocket, so no tricks.
Yes, sir. I'll open the door.
Who goes there?
Oh, it's me, Ed.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Who's that with you?
Oh, he's
I'm a friend of his.
Yes, Ed, he's a friend of mine.
Well, any friend of Mr. Benny's a friend of mine. Come on in, browse around.
Thanks.
I haven't seen you in a long time, Mr. Benny. How are things in the outside world?
Well, we won the war, and the boys are all coming home.
Good. I'll bet they'll give General Pershing a great reception.
No, Ed. You see, this
Cut out that chatter, Benny, and open that safe.
Yes, sir. Ed, I might as well tell you. This is a gangster, so don't make a false move.
Well, any friend of yours, a friend of mine.
Open that safe. Open that safe.
Yes, sir. Let's see. The combination is right to 45. Left to 160. Back to 15. Then left to 110. There.
I haven't heard anything like that since I broke out of San Quentin.
Look, mister. You can see for yourself, I haven't got $600,000. All I got in there is $10,000. And I need it.
10,000?
Yes. Please believe me. The $85,000 I bet on the horse was only a dream. Look, that's all I've got. $10,000. You wouldn't take that from me, would you?
You're darn right I'll take it. Now, come on, hand it over.
My, this is thrilling.
Mister, please, don't take that.
Hand over that 10 grand or I'll plug you.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
All right. Now, both of you stay right where you are. And I'm warning you, don't move.
I'll go after him, Mr. Benny.
No, Ed. Put down that bow and arrow. He's got a gun. Oh, my goodness. $10,000. $10,000 gone. Darn that Steve Bradley with his publicity. It's all his fault. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. I said, Steve, it didn't happen. It was a dream. I dreamt that I won $600,000. But no, he had to go for his wild, crazy, stupid. Oh, my goodness. $10,000. There should be some action on this. I called the police hours ago. I'll turn on the radio. Maybe there's some news.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. There's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Nobody knows how he felt last night. No one can tell how he'll feel tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's a happy soul in Hollywood tonight.
And he's...
The Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack sick in bed, suffering from the shock of last week's harrowing event.
How do you feel, boss?
No.
It's a whole week now, and the police still haven't found the man who robbed you.
Quiet. Quiet, Polly. This is all Steve Bradley's fault, a fine press agent. Rochester, hand me my sympathy soothing syrup. Please.
Your sympathy soothing syrup?
Yes, it's in that bottle over there. The label reads Yatapamus. Sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamus.
I know. Doggone, boss, I think you're taking too much of those spell backward medicines.
Why?
You're the only man I know who sleeps with his feet on the pillow.
Well, I just thought the change would do me good. Turn on the radio, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, there's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Oh, yes, Jack Benny, son of radio and movies, still has most of the $646,000. True, he may have been robbed of the trifling sum of $10,000. But despite his tightwad reputation, Jack Benny has taken his loss like a genuine sport. There's a happy man in Hollywood tonight.
Turn it off, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
If I told Steve Bradley once, I told him 1,000 times I only dreamt I won that money. He made a big publicity stunt out of it. And what happens? I get robbed. That's what happens. I get robbed.
There's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Happy man.
Polly, quiet. Gee, Rochester, it's awful to be sick in bed. It's so boring.
I'm sorry, boss. I've done the best I can to keep you entertained.
I know. Here, Rochester, blow me some more bubbles. Go ahead.
It's me, man. It's Steve Bradley.
Oh, now look, Steve.
Isn't this the greatest thing that ever happened? Your picture's in every paper in the country. While the whole nation's talking about you, what other guy would have the good luck to be robbed of $10,000?
Good luck?
Why, I've given you a whole new personality. I've made you the new Jack Benny. You're no longer Benny the tightwad, Benny the skinflint, Benny the miser. Benny the miser, Benny the miser.
Quiet, Polly. Rochester, give him a cracker or something.
I'll give him a caramel. That'll keep his mouth shut.
Yeah. Now, what were you saying, Steve?
I was telling you with all the publicity you're getting out of it, this robbery was the best thing that ever happened to you.
It is?
Why, certainly. You're getting more publicity out of this than if you were signed up to fight Joe Louis.
Joe Louis? I wouldn't fight Joe Louis.
You better grab him now while he's out of condition.
Oh, stop, will you?
Well, I gotta run along now, Benny. Just dropped by to tell you that a reporter from the United Press will be dropping in on you for an interview.
A newspaper man?
Yes, and remember, Benny, not a word about that dream. Everybody thinks you won that $646,000. You gotta keep them believing it now, no matter what happens. So long!
Well, maybe he's right. But that other silly thing about wanting me to fight Joe Louis. I'm not in condition either. Gee, if I... Polly, please be quiet. Please. Daddy's sick. Rochester, get me my... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gee, you look bad.
Thanks. Fine thing to say to a poor, sick man.
Oh, Jack, don't be so irritable.
Well, my goodness, Mary, you'd be irritable, too, if you were robbed of $10,000.
But it's only money. You don't have to be so upset about it.
I'm not upset.
Then why don't you take that reef off your door?
I didn't put it there.
Anyway, Jack, you're still ahead $636,000. Why worry about $10,000?
I'm not worrying. Rochester, go in the kitchen and get some plates so we can serve the fruit Miss Livingston brought.
But, Jack, I didn't bring any fruit.
You knew I was sick. Well, Rochester, bring some fruit anyway. What have we got?
Grapes.
Grapes? Good, I'll have 6. How many will you have, Mary?
I'll have...
They're the large ones. Go ahead, Rochester. Bring him in.
Okay, boss. I better bring a couple of spares.
Oh, Jack, I got a letter from Mama this morning.
You did? Well, what does the baby schnook of Plainfield have to say? Go ahead, Mary, read it.
My darling daughter, Mary. The whole family listened to Gabriel Heater's program the other night and was so thrilled to hear about Jack winning all that money. Please send us all the details, as we didn't hear the finish of the program. The owner came back and made us get out of his car.
Serves him right for sitting in Mildred's Pierce. Oh, boy, Mildred's Pierce. Oh, boy, that's a good one. Gee, Mildred's Pierce. I must save that for the program.
I'll have Rochester put it on ice.
Go ahead with the letter.
Your sister Babe has given up her job in the tuna cannery and gone back to her first love, the stage.
Oh, fine.
She's working at the local theater, and when she heard about Jack winning all that money, she got so excited she fell off the runway.
I knew she could do it.
Your Uncle Lou would like to know if Jack would invest some of his winnings in his new invention.
Invention?
Your Uncle Lou has developed an explosive more powerful than the atomic bomb and has had one successful experiment. However, he needs money for a new factory, as the old one hasn't come down yet.
What a guy.
We'll close now with love from your mother, Leilani Livingston. We pay track odds.
We pay track odds?
Mama used her business stationery.
Oh, what a corny letter. Say, Mary, turn on the radio and see what's on, will you?
Okay.
Mildred Spears. Oh, boy, that was a humdinger, wasn't it? Mildred Spears. Oh, boy, that was a dilly, was it?
Say, Jack, that sounded like Larry Stevens.
Yeah, probably one of his records.
How you feeling now, boss?
Oh, just about the same.
You want me to get some more ice?
No, I've got plenty.
You want me to call the drugstore for some more medicine?
No, I got plenty.
You want me to call the Red Cross for some more blood?
No, I don't want to wear out my welcome. I guess I'll be all right if I rest.
Oh, by the way, boss, a telegram just came for you.
Who's it from? Read it, Mary.
Okay. It's from Fred Allen.
Oh. What does Smellbound have to say?
It says, Dear Jack, just learned that you were robbed of $10,000. If you find the dirty crooks that did it, please let me know, as I would like to have them as a guest star on my program. We'll do the broadcast from San Quentin if necessary.
What a smart aleck. I can't wait till I do my next broadcast so I can beat him to that Mildred Pierce joke. Mildred Pierce, that's a goodie. Yes, sir. Rochester, answer the door.
Answer the door.
I heard the man! Doggone, that parrot sure gets on my nerves shooting off his mouth. I wonder if a Mickey Finn works on birds. Oh, well. Well, hello, Mr. Harris, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Roch. How's the high command?
He's feeling a little better, I think. Here's his room, gentlemen. Now, don't excite him.
Well, hello, boys.
Hello, Mary.
Hiya, Livy. Hello, Jackson. Feel any better since you lost that $10,000? Hey, Jackson, you better watch that cough. You might get pneumonia. Pneumonia? Yeah, I had to leave school once on account of pneumonia. I couldn't spell it. Oh, Harris, you ought to be twins. You bring such joy to these shut-ins. You... Phil, I'm sick enough. Mary, pull the cover up a little, will you? I feel like I'm getting another chill. Say, Jackson, if you're having chills, I know the very thing for you. What? A rum flip. No, Phil, I don't think I want anything. Well, they're really great. You see, the egg in it gives you strength, and the sugar gives you energy. What does the rum do? It gives you ideas about what to do with the strength and energy.
There's someone in the door, Rochester. I'll get it.
Why don't you sit down, fellas?
Say, Jack, why don't you give him your Mildred's Pierce joke?
I will not. I'm saving that baby for myself. Leave me.
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
There's a detective here, and he wants to talk to you alone.
A detective?
Yes, sir. Here he is.
Oh.
Come on, kids. We'll go out in the kitchen and make some coffee.
Okay.
Did you want to see me, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Benny, I'm Inspector Flanagan. You was robbed Saturday night, so they put me on the case to ask you some questions.
Well, come right over here, Inspector, and sit down by the bed.
Thanks.
It must be tough for you to follow anybody. Now, what do you want to know, Inspector?
Wait till I get out my pencil. There. Now, where was you on the night of June the 23rd?
June the 23rd? What's that got to do with it?
I don't know. We always ask that question.
Oh.
Now, this mug what stuck you up, what did it look like?
Well, he had one cauliflower ear, his nose was broken, a big scar across the right side of his face, and a large mole on his chin.
Any identifying marks? Look, Mr. Benny, one more thing. Did you...
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is this Benny?
Yes.
Now listen, Benny, if anybody's there, don't let on who you're talking to.
What?
This is the guy that stuck you up.
Holy cow!
And I'm calling to warn you, don't say a word, see?
But look,
Hey, have any cop has been nosing around asking you questions?
Well, yes. In fact, there's one here now.
What?
I said there's one here now.
Well, you better not tell him what I look like or anything else. You do, I'll fill you so full of lead you'll need 35 pallbearers.
35? My goodness, I only have a few friends.
So remember, keep your mouth shut, Benny, or your life ain't worth a plug dime.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's a deal. It's nice of you to call. I will. Goodbye.
What was that?
A friend of mine called to cheer me up.
I thought I heard you say there's one here now.
One here now?
Yeah, what was that?
Oh, that was my Chinese laundry man. One here now. You know, he's got that little place on 3rd.
I thought Greenberg was on 3rd.
No, look, this is Main and 3rd.
Oh. Well, I got all the dope I need. I'll be getting along now, Mr. Benny.
You know, that description I gave you of the bandit wasn't exactly accurate.
No?
No, I remember now. He didn't have a mole on his chin or a broken nose or a scar. In fact, this mug, he looked a lot like Roddy McDowell.
Oh, well, I gotta go, but you can rest assured, Mr. Benny, that I'll be on the case day and night.
Well, don't work too hard, Inspector. Goodbye. Oh, what an awful mess I'm in now. All because I dreamt I won $646,000. Oh, well, I gotta go through with it. Mary, will you take my temperature? The thermometer's on the table.
All right, Jack. Now open your mouth.
Ah.
Wider.
Ah.
No use, Jack. It won't go in your mouth. I'll have to take the thermometer off the calendar.
Never mind. Just hand me an aspirin, will you?
Well, I think I better say goodbye now, Jack. I've got to get home for dinner.
Why don't you stay here, Mary? We're just going to have a little broth and some rice.
We're running out of rice, boss.
We are? Well, Rochester, tomorrow you better go down to the market and get another 100 pounds.
Okay, I'll take the rickshaw.
Well, I'm going, Jack. I hope you feel better.
Thanks. So long, Mary.
Chop, chop.
Before I go down and fix dinner, is there anything you want me to do up here?
No. Say, Rochester, how come we're so low on... Oh, Rochester, that's probably the newspaper man, Steve Bradley, sending over for an interview. Have him come right up.
Yes, sir. I'm coming!
Good evening. Is Mr. Benny in?
Yes, sir, but he's sick in bed.
Oh, that's too bad. You think I could talk to him for a few minutes?
Yes, sir, he's expecting you. You're the newspaper man, aren't you?
Newspaper man? No, my name is Rainey. Lloyd Rainey. I'm from the Income Tax Department.
Well, Mr. Benny's pretty sick. I don't think he
I'll
can...
only take a minute of his time.
Yes, sir, right this way. Here's his room. This is Mr. Rainey, boss, from the...
Well, have the gentleman come in.
But, boss, he's from...
I know. I've been waiting for him. Come right in, Mr. Rainey.
But, boss...
Rochester. Go out and close the door.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad you came over, Mr. Rainey. Sit down.
I'm sorry to see you're indisposed, Mr. Benny.
Yes, the experience was such a shock to my nerves, but not that I mind losing the measly $10,000. You see, I'm still ahead $636,000.
Yes, so I understand. Tell me, Mr. Benny, how did you ever come to bet $85,000 on that horse?
Well, you know the old saying, Mr. Rainey. When you've got a hunch, bet a bunch. Hunch, bunch. Yes, sir. That was almost as good as Mildred Spears, sir. Oh, yes, I sure knocked him over for a lot of dough.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Benny, when you won that $600,000, you certainly stirred up a lot of interest down at the office.
Well, it is a lot of money, but you can tell your readers I'm still the same old Jack Benny.
My reader?
Yes, you're from the United Press, aren't you?
No, I'm from the income tax department. Mr. Benny, are you all right?
Yes. Just help me get back in bed.
There you are.
Thanks.
Now to get back to business, Mr. Benny. You understand, of course, that this visit is purely unofficial. We just like to keep abreast of things. And that $600,000 you won is taxable income.
It is? I mean, is it?
Yes, you see, a lot of people are under the false impression that they don't have to declare money won at gambling.
Yeah, but this is all a mistake, Mr. Rainey. You see, I didn't really win any money. You know, it was all a publicity stunt. You know, so your trip here really wasn't necessary. You see?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Benny.
Wait a minute, yeah.
Everybody had it on the radio, including Gabriel Heater, Erskine Johnson, Bill Stern.
Yeah, but what do they know? I'm the fellow who won the money. I mean, I'm the fellow who dreamt it when I dreamt it, you know. It was only a dream, you know.
Now, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, you can argue all you want.
I know.
But when March 15th comes, you'll have to pay the tax on $646,000.
Got it.
Oh, Mr. Benny, it's only money. It isn't as though we were taking your life's blood.
Mr. Rainey, let me be the best judge of that. And besides, I haven't...
Well, have it your own way.
But look...
But down at our office, we use the old saying, Mr. Benny, when you win on a hunch, you gotta pay a bunch.
But Mr. Rainey! Oh, my goodness. All this trouble just because I dreamt I won $646,000. This is all Steve Bradley's fault. Why did Rochester let that man in the house?
Mildred Spears.
Shut up, Polly. It ain't funny now. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Rochester.
Rochester, where are you?
Next door in Mr. Ronald Colmans' house.
What?
Don't open your mouth. That man in there with you is from the income tax department.
Well, thanks for calling, Rochester, but you're too late.
Well, I tried to warn you, boy.
Warn me? Why did you let him in the house?
I don't argue with men that size.
Rochester, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. When somebody comes to the house, find out who it is. Get their name, get their card. Don't let them in till you know who they are.
Jack Benny Show is rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations.
The Jack Benny Program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you probably remember, last week Jack Benny was sick in bed. However, he's up and around now, so let's go out to his home in Beverly Hills. Jack is eating his breakfast.
I'm glad you came by, Mary. Have a cup of coffee.
No, thanks. How are you feeling, Jack?
Oh, much better. Naturally, it was quite a shock being robbed of $10,000, but I'm all right now.
Well, I just dropped by to say hello. I'm going over to the club to play some golf.
That's certainly a lovely day for it. You know, Mary, I think I'll take up golf again.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't play golf. You take it too seriously. You always get so mad.
I do not.
You do, too. Every time you miss a putt, you accuse somebody of moving the hole.
I only did that once.
And another thing, you never keep your mind on the game. What about that time you got in the sand trap? You were there for 2 hours.
Well, a lot of people play in the sand trap.
With a pail and shovel?
Oh, stop, will you? I wish Rochester would bring my toast. I've almost finished my breakfast.
Say, Jack, what's that little thing there on the table?
This? Oh, it's a light fuse. I took it out so there wouldn't be any electricity in the kitchen.
Well, for heaven's sake, why?
I'm punishing Rochester. Twice this week he came out of the kitchen and left the light on.
But, Jack, shutting off the electricity.
I know what I'm doing.
What's the matter? You're still coughing.
Well, I'm not completely well yet, Mary, but I'll be all right. Oh, by the way, here's that book you were reading to me the other day. Read some more, will you, while I'm eating?
Okay. Now, let's see. Where did I stop? Oh, here it is. For 2 hours, the crippled submarine had lain helplessly on the bottom. The men trapped inside were gripped with fear and despair. The air was so heavy...
Toast, Mr. Benny.
My toast? Was about time, Rochester. What in the world took you so long?
Have you ever tried making toast with sunshine and a magnifying glass?
Oh.
How about giving me back that fuse now, boys?
Well, do you think you've learned your lesson?
No, but the icebox is defrosted, and that ain't going to help the food.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about that. Is all the food spoiled?
Well, not all, but you know that fish you bought for tomorrow night?
Yes.
Well, he ain't going to make it.
Oh. Well, would the fish be all right if we had it tonight?
Boss, you couldn't eat that fish if you cooked it in life, boy.
Then just throw it out. Here's the fuse. Hurry and put it back. And take that miner's lamp off your hat.
Yes, sir.
Finish reading the book, Mary.
Okay. The air was so heavy that breathing was labor. A violent current caught the submarine and rolled it to one side, filling the groggy men on the floor. It took almost all their strength to...
Answer the door, Rochester.
Answer the door. Answer the door.
Quiet, Polly.
Yeah, you ain't paying me.
Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead, finish the book. Go ahead.
Okay. It took almost all their strength to rise to their feet. Every man knew that hope of rescue was fading.
Gee.
Then suddenly they heard a faint tapping on the outside of the side. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. A look of hope came into the men's eyes as the tapping continued.
Pardon me, boss, but Inspector Flanagan is here to see you.
Oh, the detective. Excuse me, Mary. Hello, Inspector.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I just dropped in to talk to you again about the robbery.
Good. Come on, sit over here by the window.
Thanks.
Inspector, don't you ever have your oil changed? Huh? Nothing. How are you coming along on the case?
Well, I came to tell you that I thought I caught the guy that robbed you. He fitted the description precisely.
He did?
Yeah, he had a cauliflower ear, broken nose, scar on his cheek, and a little mole on his chin.
You a Scotchman or something?
But he wasn't the guy that robbed you the $10,000.
What'd you say?
He wasn't the guy that robbed you of the $10,000.
How'd you find out?
Well, I searched him, and he only had $9,870.
Oh, well, I might as well tell you, Inspector, the man who robbed me called up and threatened my life. So I need a bodyguard and... Inspector! Twinkle Toe! Some detective. The robber calls me up, threatens to kill me. I tell the detective, and he walks out.
Maybe he went to the florist.
Yeah. Man, there's no time for jokes. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Rochester, my life is in danger. I might get shot at, and I need a bodyguard.
Don't look at me.
Rochester, you're not a coward, are you?
More than that, I'm a careful coward.
Well, anyway, I didn't mean you. I wondered if you knew anyone who'd be a good bodyguard.
Well, now, let me see. I got it. You know, boss, Joe Louis is in town.
Joe Louis? The heavyweight champion? Rochester, I could never get him for a bodyguard.
I think you could if you worked it right, boss. I was talking to him the other day, and he told me he wants to be a radio comedian.
Uh-huh.
So if you let him think that maybe he could be one, he'd come over and talk to you.
Yeah?
Then all you got to do is keep him here and stick close to him. Amalgamate, boss, amalgamate.
By golly, Rochester, that may be it. Why don't you call him up?
Better than that, boss. I'll go over and see him personally.
Good, and hurry. Gee, Mary, this may be the solution to all my worries. Joe Louis for a bodyguard. Go on, finish reading the book for me, will you?
Okay. A look of hope came into the men's eyes as the tapping continued. The air was so bad now that the breathing was almost impossible. In just a few seconds, it would be too late.
Oh, my goodness.
Suddenly, the steel hatch clanged open, and a blast of cool, fresh air revived the stricken men. The rescue device had worked. They were saved.
Oh, boy.
And thus ended another hair-raising adventure of our hero, Tom Swift.
Hot ziggity. What a guy. And you're always talking about little women. Why, if they were just
Hello,
more...
Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Larry.
Hello, Larry.
The door was open, so I just came on in. How are you feeling, Mr. Benny?
A lot better, kid. Thanks for asking.
I had to ask. It's in my contract.
Oh, yes.
Say, Mr. Benny, I've got a swell song for next Sunday's program. Would you like to hear it?
I sure would, kid. Go ahead and sing it.
All right.
Oh, boy, that Tom Swift. He led a life just like I did. Jack Benny and his electric light. Very good, Larry. Use that number on the show.
Okay, Mr. Benny. Well, I've got to go now. I promised my wife I'd help her with the housework.
Oh, that's the spirit, Larry. You're really starting your married life off right.
That's what her mother keeps telling me.
Oh, so that's it. Look, kid, you tell her mother to keep her...
Jack.
I'm only trying to advise them.
Well, you're advising them all wrong. Mothers know best. For instance, Jack, take my mother.
I will not.
Jack. All I'm trying to say is that my father always helped my mother with the house cleaning.
Mary, when your mother grabs your father by the back of the neck and wipes the floor with him, that's not house cleaning. Believe me. Besides, how can she get him in all the corners? And another thing about your mother...
For the million things she gave me.
Holly.
Well, I've got to run along now, Mr. Benny.
Okay, so long, kid.
So long.
Jack, I know you don't like Mama, but I wish you wouldn't talk about her in front of people.
Oh, Mary, I'm only kidding. If I didn't like your mother, would I have her picture hanging in my living room?
You only hung it up when you lost the target to your darts game.
You nearly lost that gag, too, there. Mary, I'm improving, too. Last night when I was playing, I got one chin, one ear, and 3 noses. I'm getting better all the time.
Answer the door, Rochester. Answer the door.
Polly, Rochester isn't here.
Oh.
Come in. Oh, hello, Don. Come on in.
Hello, Jack, Mary.
Hi, Don.
I'm glad to see you looking better, Jack. Must have been quite a shock being robbed of $10,000.
Yeah, I was ribbed about it, too. Yes, it was, but I'm feeling fine now. By the way, Don, would you like a cup of coffee?
No, thank you.
Works for me. Buy this coffee at the drugstore.
So, Jack, I'm going to run along or I'll never get to that golf game in.
Oh, are those your clubs, Mary? You know, I play golf occasionally, but just walking around the course doesn't keep me in trim. I like a game where there's a lot of jumping around.
You mean tennis?
No, checkers.
No, I thought your fingertips looked a little muscle-bound there. Don, you probably don't like golf because you don't play it well.
What do you mean I don't play it well? Why, just last week I was in a tournament. We were approaching the 18th hole, and there I was on the edge of the green. The whole tournament was at stake, and I couldn't make up my mind which club to use. But my caddy, he knew what to do.
Believe me, Don, Excuse me a minute. Hello? Yes. Well, maybe so, but I thought that... Well, if you think so, okay. But wouldn't it be better if I just... Well, all right, if you want it that way. Goodbye. Now, Don, as I started to tell you...
Jack, who is that?
My press agent, Steve Bradley. You know, he used to talk so fast I couldn't understand him.
Well, I'm going out now and play a game of golf.
I'll go with you, Mary. So long, Jack.
So long, Don. Goodbye, Mary. Have a good time.
I will.
Gee, I wonder how Rochester's making out with Joe Louis. I hope he can trick him into coming over here and be my bodyguard. I guess Rochester will know how to handle it. He always does.
I'm sure glad I caught you at home, Joe.
Why, I'm glad you came over, Rochester.
You know, Joe, so many things have happened since I saw you last, I don't know where to begin.
Well, there's no hurry, Rochester. Would you like another drink?
Well, I had 2 already.
One more won't hurt you.
Okay, pour it out. Thanks.
Rochester, have you ever thought about being a prize fighter?
No, I'm just drinking this milk to be friendly. Now, Joe, let's get down to business. You know, it's been rumored around you'd like to be a big comedian.
That's right. I want to make people laugh. I've been wanting to do that for years.
Well, Joe, if you want to make people laugh, you've been going about it the wrong way.
Who told you that?
Max Smelling, Tony Galeno, Jim Braddock, and Buddy Bass. That's who.
Well, them fellas have no sense of humor.
Well, you know, it's pretty hard to laugh with a referee counting over you.
I wouldn't know. That never happened to me.
Never?
Never.
Joe, remember that first fight you had with Max Smelling?
Mm-hmm.
What happened in the 12th round? What happened?
That's the one page I tore out of my scrapbook.
Anyway, Joe, if you want to be a big comedian, Mr. Benny's the man to get you started.
Do you think so?
He'll not only get you started, he'll stick close to you. Yes, sir, awful close.
Well, this is going to be a lifesaver.
You ain't kidding. Come on, let's go over to Mr. Benny's house and talk to him.
Okay, I'll get my hat and coat.
Don't forget your gloves.
I got them right here in my pocket.
Not the social ones, the business ones, the big ones, the fat ones. You know, the fighting ones. Come on, Joe, let's go.
Gee, it's 20 minutes to 7. Dark out and Rochester isn't back yet. That robber did threaten me. Maybe I ought to hold these darts in my hand just in case. I wonder if... Well, another nosy. Doggone, I wish that That must be Rochester. Come in!
Hiya, Jackson. What are you doing up so late?
Oh, hello, Phil. I'm glad you dropped by.
Well, I can only stay a minute. I just came over to invite you to a costume party I'm throwing Saturday night.
A costume party?
Yeah, and Alice is going to put on a little girl's outfit and be Little Bo Peep.
Oh, that's cute. What are you going to be, Phil?
I'm going to put light bulbs in my ears and come as a pinball machine.
A pinball machine?
Yeah, by 11 o'clock I'm tilted anyway.
Oh, you know, these costume parties always throw me. I never know what to be.
Why don't you spruce up a little bit and come as Father Time?
Don't be funny. Come on in, Phil. We'll sit down and talk, huh?
Oh, boss, he's here.
He is, Rochester?
Yeah, he's waiting in the den.
Oh, excuse me a minute, will you, Phil?
Yeah, I got to go anyway. So long, Jackson.
So long, Phil. Rochester, have Joe Louis come in.
Okay, but remember, boss, he don't know he's going to be your bodyguard.
Yeah.
He only came over here because he thinks you're going to get him started as a comedian.
I know.
So, make him think he's funny.
I will. Don't worry. Call him in.
Yes, sir. Come on in, Joe. Joe, I'd like you to meet Mr. Jack Benny.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Benny.
Pleased to meet you. What a delivery. Oh, boy. How do you feel, Joe? Huh?
Oh, fine.
Fine. That's a honey. Anybody else would have said pretty good, but you ad-libbed fine. Oh, boy, what a gem.
Boss, don't overdo it.
Say, Joe, how long have you been out here in California? That's good.
I haven't said anything yet.
I was still laughing at fine, That was dynamite. Huh?
Well, boss, I'll leave you two alone to discuss business.
All right, Rochester. Say, Joe, I've got a little proposition to make to you.
What's the proposition?
Well, you see, I'm a little more experienced as a comedian than you are, so anyone ever starts pulling jokes at your expense, well, I'll sort of help you out, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And naturally, you're a little younger and stronger than I am, so anyone starts punching me or picking a fight with me, you see, you'll help me out.
But, Mr. Benny, why should anybody want to start a fight with you?
Because I'm such a heel. I mean, you see, Joe, there's so many people who are jealous of me.
But I thought everybody liked you. You're so nice and so kind and so free with your money.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. Why didn't you laugh?
Oh, yes, free with my money. Well, Joe... Joe, getting down to business, how would you feel about doing comedy on my program?
I like it very much.
Well, let's discuss this thing thoroughly before... I wonder who that can be. Oh, Joe, would you mind taking a little walk with me?
Where to?
To the front door. Come on, Joe.
Aren't you crowding me a little bit, Mr. Benny?
Oh, pardon me. Just a minute.
Okay, Benny, you asked for it.
What?
I told you what had happened if you blared to the cops about me sticking you up, and now I'm going to give it to you. Take that.
Ooh.
And that.
Ooh. Joe, he's beating me up. Fight with him.
Oh, I can't fight with just anybody. Who did he ever lick?
I mean, that's not important now.
Squeal on me, will you, Benny? Take that.
Ooh. Another nosy. You're supposed to be on my side.
Take that.
Ooh.
And that.
Oh, Joe, please don't just stand there. Please do something.
But, Mr. Benny, I can't fight with unknown. He would have to get a reputation for himself.
Well, he doesn't have to get it on me, for goodness sake.
Take that.
Ouch.
And that.
Oh, stop.
And that.
Stop. Joe, help me.
I'm warning you for the last time, Benny. The next time you open your mouth to the cops, you're going to get more than this.
Yes, sir.
And just so you don't forget it, take this.
Ooh.
Mr. Benny, get up and go to your corner. Mr. Benny, get out. Well, if you don't, there's only one thing left for me to do. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The Jack Benny Program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was a very clever introduction. Split a rail, split an atom, split a check. But you know, Don, you made history yourself.
What do you mean, Jack?
You're the only man who ever split a girdle. And live with me, will you?
Well, now, hold on, Jack. I don't even wear a girdle.
Well, you should, Don. When you had that suit made, 3 tailors worked on it at the same time, and they never even saw each other. And live with me, will you, brother?
Say, you're pretty sharp today, Jack.
Well, you gotta be sharp when you're playing here for the boys at Birmingham Hospital. What a picturesque place. The beautiful San Fernando Valley, surrounded by high mountains with peaks that meet the sky. The floor of the valley with its boulevards that meet Van Nuys. The gates of Birmingham with its bus that meets nobody. The fertile soil.
Wait a minute, Jack. I thought the bus service out here was excellent.
Excellent. Don, a soldier in Hollywood had the 7-year itch. They sent him to Birmingham by bus, and it took so long that the itch got off at Sherman Oaks. By the time he... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Say, these boys really gave you a terrific reception, Mary.
Well, maybe that's because they know me here, Jack. You see, I'm a member of the VACS, the Volunteer Army Canteen Service.
Oh, the VACS.
Yes, a lot of my friends belong to it. We come out to the hospital 2 or 3 times a week and go through the wards with cigarettes, candy, apples, oranges, bananas, and the boys really go for them.
Gee, Why didn't I think of...
Jack, we don't charge him.
Oh. Well, anyway, I didn't mean that. You know, Mary, I came out last week and went through the wards playing my violin.
Well, Jack, I think that was very nice of you to play your violin for the boys.
Thanks. Mary, did you say you gave the boys apples, oranges, and bananas?
Uh-huh.
Where do those tomatoes come from? I was so embarrassed there. What's that?
That's some of the boys bowling. You know, Jack, the patients here made all the equipment themselves.
All the equipment, Mary, the alley I can believe, but how could they make a big bowling ball?
They took one of the doctor's pills and put 3 holes in it.
Oh. And did they make the pins themselves?
No, they don't have any pins.
Well, what are they knocking down?
The doctors.
Mary, if you expect me to believe that...
Okay, fellas, here I am, the one and only Birmingham. Well, pour it right on me. That's it, just slow down. Yeah, just make me know it. Now, that's what I call appreciation for the sensation of the nation.
Phil, coming in here with a noisy entrance doesn't excuse you for being late. Where were you?
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but I overslept. You see, me and my boys had a chance to play a ritzy place last night, and, well, we just couldn't afford to pass it up.
Oh, that's different, Phil. Where'd you play?
At the Brass Rail.
The Brass Rail, Phil, your band has 18 men. I mean, how could a place like that afford to pay you?
Well, they gave us a pretty good deal, $15 and all we could drink.
Oh, well, that wasn't so bad.
Well, the guy wants us to come back next week, but the deal isn't quite as good.
Why, what does he want to pay you?
$18,000 and no drinks.
Well, the guy's got to protect himself. Anyway, Phil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself only making those kind of deals.
What do you mean? Last week we were offered $200 and all we could drink, and we turned it down.
Where'd they want you to play?
At Ador.
Ador? Phil, that's a dairy.
Hey, Jackson.
Why in the world?
Hey, Jackson, wait a minute. Ain't you going to ask me what kind of music we play at a dairy?
No.
Well, then I'll tell you anyway. A cow, a boogie. Oh, Harris, you got to stop eating that alfalfa, kid.
Phil, oh, brother. Phil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Say, Jack, you mind if I say something?
Don, everybody knows that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Well, I don't mean that, Jack, but talking about dairies reminded me that they've developed a process whereby they make clothing out of milk.
Well, what will them cows think of next?
Quiet, Phil. Say, Mary, didn't you tell me you had a dress made out of milk?
Yes, Jack, it's called Aerolac.
Well, why didn't you wear it today?
I couldn't. I wore it last night to the Palladium. A soldier asked me to jitterbug, and you'll never guess what happened.
What?
He whirled me around the floor once, and my dress turned to butter.
Butter? Oh, my goodness. Well, what did the soldier do?
Nothing. He gave me 8 points and took me home.
Every time I start to worry about
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Larry. How are you? Say, Larry, what's that you've got in your hand there?
Oh, it's a fan letter. I just received it this morning.
Well, you're going places. Come on, kid, don't be modest. Read your fan letter to us.
Okay. Dear Mr. Stevens, please send check for the fan you bought last summer.
Larry, just sing your song. If he comes in here next week with a washing machine letter, I'll hit him right on the head with it. That was I'll Buy That Dream, sung by Larry Stevens. Very good, kid. And now, fellas...
Say, Jack, I want to ask you something.
What is it, Don?
Did the police ever catch the gangster who robbed you of the $10,000?
No, not yet, Don. But I think they'll try a little harder now. You know, I offered a reward for his capture.
Some reward, $1.50 and 2 courses of Love and Bloom.
Mary, don't be ridiculous. No, really, I offered him more than that.
I know, but who wants a lock of your hair?
Anything that's scarce nowadays is valuable. And live with me, will you? That's a deal.
Jack, didn't I read where the gangster came back last week and beat you up?
The gangster beat me up?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even hurt me.
Oh, no. What about that military punch he gave you?
Military punch?
Yeah, he hit you on the chin and your brain took a 3-day pass.
was only 3 hours. What a lousy time I had.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
Look, Jackson, when you get into a fight like that, you got to be tricky.
What?
Well, when I'm in a fight, I tell the guy his shoelace is untied, and then when he looks down, boom, I clip him.
I tried that, Phil. I said to the gangster, look, your shoelace is untied.
Well, what happened?
He said, well, you're down there, tie it. He went boom yet. How do you like that?
Jack, did you tie his shoelace?
I would not. Anyway, I got up, drew back, and... I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Where are you, Rochester?
I'm home, and I called to tell you that the gangster who robbed you was just here.
Oh, my goodness, he's after me again. Tell me everything that happened.
Well, I heard the door buzzer, opened the door, and there stood the hold-up man. So I invited him in.
Invited him in? For heaven's sake, why did you do that?
Boss, there's something about a man with a gun in his hand that brings out my southern hospitality.
Oh, he had a gun.
With 12 notches.
12 notches? Rochester, why didn't you grab it and capture him?
I'm superstitious. I didn't want to be that 13th notch.
Rochester, where was your courage?
It must have been somewhere around the house. It wasn't with me.
You know, Rochester, I hate to think of you being a coward.
Yeah, depressing, ain't it?
It certainly is.
But, you know, boss, there's a difference between being a coward and being practical.
There is a...
Yeah, if you're a coward and a man pulls a gun on you, you'll get down on your knees and beg for your life.
Uh-huh.
But if you're practical, you'll get down on your knees and try to think of something he's interested in.
That's what I thought. Anyway, you should have made some attempt to capture him.
You know, boss, I hate to bring this up, but last week you had a mighty good opportunity to capture that gangster yourself.
Rochester, he took me by surprise.
Well, I didn't have no appointment with him.
Well, there's no use talking about it anymore. I'll see you when I get home.
Okay, by the way, has Joe Louis gotten there yet?
Joe Louis? You mean he's coming out here to Birmingham Hospital?
Uh-huh. Last week you convinced him that he was a comedian, so he's coming out there and make the boys laugh.
But, Rochester, Joe Louis is not a comedian.
I think he'll be all right, boss. I gave him a good joke.
You did?
Yeah, you know the one you told me yesterday about the traveling salesman.
Rochester, don't you know you can't tell a joke like that on the radio?
I know it, but Joe doesn't.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we'll do the best we can. I know the boys here would like to see Joe Louis anyway. Goodbye, Rochester.
Good.
Everything backfires. I tried to get Joe Louis as a bodyguard, now he wants to be a comedian. All right, Phil, it's time for a band number. Let's have it.
Okay, boys, come on, hit it. Well, a root, toot, ta-da.
Phil, wait a minute. What is that? A root, toot. Phil, I want to ask you one question. How did you ever get into the music business?
What are you talking about? Before I went with you, I spent 3 years with Phil Spitalny.
Phil Spitalny? How could you play with Spitalny? He only has girls in his orchestra.
My curls weren't always this short, Bob.
Well, take the ribbon out of your hair and play a number, will you?
Okay, fellas, all right. 1, 2...
Hold it, Phil, hold it. Come in. Hello, Joe. Hey, fellas, it's Joe Louis. Chester told me you were coming up here to be a comedian, make the boys laugh. Do you think you can do it?
Oh, sure. You know I used to be in the Army.
Yes, I know.
I was a sergeant.
A sergeant in the Army?
Yeah, a sergeant is the rank between a private and a general.
Oh, well, what about majors and colonels?
They're mixed up in there someplace.
Hey, that's pretty funny. But look, Joe, your profession is fighting. Now, why don't you leave the comedy to me? After all, it took me 25 years to become a comedian. is the same as fighting. Now, how long did it take you to become a champion?
10 seconds.
Oh, yes, I see. That's when you won the championship from Jim Braddock. But, Joe, here's what I want to find out. You really only lost one fight, and that was the first time you fought Max Smelling. How did he ever get you in a position to knock you out?
He told me my shoelace one time.
And you fell for that?
I fell for something.
Yeah. But, Joe, you really gave it to Schmeling on that second fight when you knocked him out in the first round. How did you do it?
I wore shoes with zipper on them.
You really tricked him, didn't you? Joe, it was certainly nice of you to drop in, and I'll see you right after the broadcast.
Just a minute. I come here to be a comedian. I want to tell a joke.
A joke? Well, all right. Go ahead.
Okay. Tell me, Mr. Bennett, who was that lady I saw you with last night?
Oh, no, not that old one. I'm not going to go along with that. Try it on somebody else.
Okay. Oh, Miss Livingston.
Yes, Joe?
Who was that lady I saw you with last night?
There was no lady. That was Jack Benny's. All roads walk that way.
That's swell. Thanks. I do not. Look, Joe, I'll give you a proposition. I'll teach you how to be a comedian if you'll give me some pointers on self-defense.
Sure, I will show you right now.
Now, wait a minute. I'll get Phil Harris to box with me. Oh, Phil? Okay, Jackson. I'll help you out. Now, what do I do, Joe?
When Phil Harris come in with you with a jab, swing at him with your right hand.
With my right, eh? Hey, Joe, watch me fool. I'll swing with my left. Ready, Phil? Ready. Here I come. Ooh, my chin. Ad-lib with me, will you, bud? Ooh, Phil, we were only playing. Hey, Jackson, look, I hit you so hard I untied your shoelace. My shoelace? Where? Oh! You see, Jackson, it works every time. Joe, did you see him pull that trick on me?
Yeah, but how did you fall for that? You wearing button shoes.
More instruction. So and Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And Phil, the next time you hit me on the chin like that, I'm going to let you have it.
Oh, Jack, he didn't hit you so hard. Why, last week when that gangster hit you, were in the hospital for 2 days.
I what? Gee, I didn't know that, Jack. Tell me about it. Oh, Don, it was nothing.
I'll tell you about it, Don.
Mary, she doesn't want to hear about it.
After the gangster knocked Jack out and left him on the floor, we shoveled him up and took him to the hospital. I'll never forget how he looked when Phil and I went to visit him the next day. How do you feel now, Jack?
Well, my face feels kind of swollen, out of shape, and it's so sensitive when I touch it. Gee, my cheek here. Mary, what's this big lump behind my ear?
That's your nose.
What's it doing way over there? Gee, my face looks awful.
You'd look a lot better, Jackson, if you'd wear pajamas instead of that nightgown.
And with that nightcap on your head, you look like you're waiting for Little Red Riding Hood.
Never mind.
Oh, Drama, what a flat nose you have.
Phil! Cut that out. Everybody comes in here with jokes. No fruit. Fine people.
Well, and how's our little patient today?
Oh, are you the doctor?
What do you think I am with this thermometer? A spy from Florida?
Look, doctor, I want to...
Come now. Stick out your tongue.
Ah.
Stick your tongue out a little farther.
Ah.
Farther.
Ah.
The knees. Most of the patients can't even touch their chin.
Doctor, will you believe...
Mr. Benny, you can put your tongue in again.
What a time time for the window shade to go up.
And now, Mr. Benny, I want to listen to your heart. Now, let me adjust this stethoscope. Mm-hmm.
Look, Doctor, there's nothing wrong with my heart. Now, leave me alone.
Well, I'll see you later. I have to run down to the lab.
What a silly doctor.
All doctors report to surgery. All doctors report to surgery. Dr. Gillespie will operate on the first table. Dr. Kildare will be on the second. Greenberg's on third.
Somebody ought to tell him the game's over. I gotta get out of this place before anything else happens.
All right, everybody out. We must have a little privacy here. The patient's gone through a great ordeal.
We'll leave in a minute, nurse.
And now, look what I've got. And it's all yours.
Nurse, take it back. There must be some mistake.
Mistake? Aren't you Mrs. O'Brien?
Do I look like Mrs. O'Brien?
I don't know. I've never seen Mrs. O'Brien.
Oh, look, Jack, how cute. The baby likes you.
Yeah.
Well, I'd better take him to his mother. Give him to me.
Okay, here. But, baby, honestly, I'm not your mother. I'm not even your father. Nurse, maybe I better hold him again. Give him to me. Thanks. Nice little fella there.
Look, I'll tend to the other babies I have outside. Then I'll pick this one up and take him to his mother.
But, nurse!
No.
Kitty-kitty-goo!
Kitty-kitty-goo!
Gosh, Phil, doesn't Jack look cute that way?
Yeah, but I still like Alice better.
Kitty-kitty-kitty-goo! Kitty-goo!
Oh, look, the baby's falling asleep. Baby, turn over on your side. I wish the nurse would take him and get him.
Well, here I am again.
Look, Doctor.
Now, you have nothing to worry about. I just got your test back from the laboratory, and it shows... Well, I diagnosed your case all wrong.
Doctor!
When you told me your age, I never thought of this.
Doctor, this is not my baby. This is not my baby.
There's only one way to decide. Baby, tell me, is this your mother?
Oh, that silly-looking jerk.
Well, I've had enough. I'm getting tired. Come on, Mary. Hospital. And I'm glad that the boys who couldn't be here in the auditorium could hear our show over their bedside network. I also want to thank Joe Louis for being with us on these past two programs. By the way, Joe, I think I've got the idea of self-defense now.
You have?
Yeah, watch, I'll show you. Oh, Larry Stevens.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Come here a minute. Now, put up your fist.
Like this?
Yeah. Hey, Larry, your shoelace is untied.
Where?
Right there.
Well, that's all right. I have to take them off tonight anyway.
What a lousy sport he is. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, about 3 hours ago, Jack Benny left home for the studio. Rochester was driving him, and on the way they had a little tire trouble. So let's go back and find out what happened.
How much longer before you'll have the spare on, Rochester?
Just a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes. It would have been fixed long ago if I'd have done it myself.
Hand me the wrench, will you, boss?
The wrench? Here.
That's the screwdriver.
Oh, the wrench. Here.
That's the pump.
Oh, here.
That's the hubcap.
Oh, you want the wrench? The wrench.
You're back to the screwdriver again.
Oh.
Let's go around again, boss. I need the rest.
What?
You know, boss, you just ain't mechanically minded.
I am, too.
Then why do you call me every morning to screw the cap back on your toothpaste?
Look, just hurry with the tire, will you?
I'm almost finished.
Good. I just can't understand having a blowout. It's a very good tire. It's a General.
I know, but you've run this General down to a buck private.
Stop being silly. That tire hasn't got so many holes in it.
It hasn't. Boss, the inner tube could be arrested for indecent exposure.
What?
Even the wheel is ashamed to go around with it.
Rochester, that's a terrible joke. An awful joke. What are you laughing at?
You always say that, and 2 weeks later it shows up on your program.
It does not. Now, come on, you're all through. Let's get going. You know, Rochester, one of the reasons I haven't fixed this car up is that I've been thinking of getting a new one.
Really, boss?
Yeah. I think this car has just about seen its best days.
I told you that the day you bought it.
I know.
Do you really think you'll buy a new car?
Well, it all depends on what they'll allow me for a trade-in on this car. How much do you think they'll appraise it for?
Boss, when a car gets this old, they don't appraise it, they weigh it.
Well, they'll have to give me a good price or I won't trade. We're pretty close to NBC. You better start looking for a parking place.
Why don't we go to a parking lot?
Rochester.
Sorry, boss. I'm letting my post-war plans get the best of me.
Here's a parking place right here in front of the studio.
Okay.
I'm going in. You stay here and watch the car.
Yes, sir. What an automobile. This is the car that made the Irishman stop smiling.
What?
And drove Munt mad.
Never mind. Just stay here and wait for me.
Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Am I late?
No, I just got here myself.
Are you Phil Harris?
Yeah, that's me. Do you want my autograph?
Gee, I'd sure like to have it.
Okay, hand me your book. There you are. Phil Harris.
Thank you. Gee, aren't there supposed to be 2 R's in Harris?
I don't know, kid. I spell it different every time.
Come on, Phil. Let's go.
Hey, Jackson, what's that you got under your arm?
Oh, it's a box of candy I'm giving Mary. Just a little surprise. You know, she was so nice to me when I was in the hospital last week. Come on, let's go in. You know, Phil, on the program today, I wish
Well,
you'd play...
hiya, Jack. Hello, Philby.
Well, Cass Daly.
Hiya, Cass.
Well, glad to see you, Cass. You know, you're doing a swell job on the pitch bandwagon.
Well, thanks. And say, Jack, I'm glad I met you and Phil. I'd like to invite you to a party I'm giving Saturday night. Gosh, I've asked everybody in Hollywood. Clark Gable, Van Johnson, Bing Crosby, Cary Grant, Gary Cooper, Fred McMurray.
But, Cass, they're all men. Aren't you inviting any girls?
You're new around here, ain't you, bud?
Oh, I see.
Hey, Cass, you're a regular female wolf, ain't you?
Well, you know my sponsor's motto. If the shoe fits, wear it. I started those legs!
Why? Well, so long, Cass. See you later.
So long, Jack.
You know, Phil, it's fun coming down to the broadcast every week. You see the old gang like Cass Daly and all the others.
Yeah. You know, Jackson, Cass lives out in my neighborhood.
She does?
Yeah. You only get to see her once a week, but I get to see Cass daily. Oh, Harris, you said it and nobody's glad.
Phil, how can you think of all those corny jokes?
I don't know, Jackson. They just come to me.
Well, isn't there someplace you can hide? You know, Phil, those are the kind of jokes that made the Irishman stop smiling and drove months mad. If Rochester thinks I'm going to wait 2 weeks, he's crazy. No, sir.
What did you say, Jackson?
Nothing. Say, Phil, the kid's voice is improving all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, and how do you like the way my band accompanies them?
Very good, Phil, very good. But look, isn't that a new guitar player you've got over there?
Where?
Right over there, sitting on the stool. Isn't he new?
No, that's Frankie. We just washed him.
Oh. Well, Phil, why don't you use soap on the rest of them? You might find some pretty good musicians under there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say, Phil, you better rehearse your number now. I'm going over to Mary's dressing room and give her this box of candy.
Okay.
Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-da. Gee, Mary would be surprised to get this candy. I'll disguise my voice.
Who is it?
It's the man you're deliriously and madly in love with.
Oh, you can't fool me. Come on in, Charlie.
Charlie? Mary, I demand an explanation.
Ah, Jack, I knew it was you all the time.
Oh.
And stop pouting.
Pouting? Listen, sister, I never let any girl upset me.
Oh, no. What about the time your girlfriend, Gladys Abisco, returned those socks you knitted for her?
Mary, you know I don't knit socks for girls. I knitted those for myself. Well, I did.
Well, why did you give them to Gladys?
Because they were too big for me. That's why. Anyway, Mary, I stopped off on the way to the studio and bought you this box of candy. Here.
Candy? Gee, thanks. Why'd you do that?
Because you were so nice to me when I was in the hospital last week.
Oh, it was nothing.
It was, too. You came to see me every day, and that's a sign you love me.
Oh, it is not.
It is, too. I know you. You try to act like you don't, but deep down inside, you think I'm peachy.
Oh, sure. I think you're ginger peachy with whipped cream and a cherry on top, a root toot toot, and a tooty fruit.
You've been around Harris too long. Listen, you can joke all you want to, Mary, but it's the little things you do that show me how you really feel. Like last night when I took you for a drive. That was a nice thing you did.
Well, we ran out of gas. Somebody had to get out and push.
Well, you didn't have to push so fast. I got a ticket. Anyway, Mary, now that I brought you a box of candy, you got to give me a little kiss?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Every time a man brings a girl a box of candy, he wants a kiss. It's the same thing with my sister, Babe.
It isn't the same. She brings the candy. Anyway, what are you stalling about? Give me a little kiss. Huh?
Jack, I'm not stalling, but take a look at yourself in the mirror. Why didn't you shave?
Well, I don't think I need a shave.
You do, too.
Well, maybe a little. I can wait till tomorrow.
Jack, I never saw anyone like you. If it's hair, you hate to lose it.
I'll get cleaned up later. I got to run back to my dressing room now and get ready for the show. So long.
So long. Oh, Jack, I meant to tell you, sometime when you're thinking of using a guest star, why not get Boris Karloff?
Boris Karloff?
Yeah, I heard him on Fred Allen's program last week, and he was wonderful.
Well, what do you know? Boris Karloff and Fred Allen on the same program. That's like two totem poles broadcasting from the La Brea tar pit. I'll see you later, Mary.
Okay.
I can't get over it. Karloff and Allen on the same program. That's like two totem poles. Oh, I said that. I must stop parking my gum on my glasses. As gruesome as he is, I can't... Well, I guess I better put my tie on and... Gee, Mary's right. I do need a shave. I wonder if I've got time to... Yeah, I'll call the studio barber and have him come up. Operator!
Oh, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Look at your switchboard. Mr. Benny's dressing room is flashing. Oh, yeah, I wonder what sweet Leilani wants now. I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. The studio barber? One moment, I'll connect you. Say, Gertrude, did you see that box of candy Mr. Benny had when he came in the studio? Yeah. I wonder who he bought it for. I don't know, but the piece he gave me was lousy. You know, Gertrude, I'll never forget when Mr. Benny first went on the air. Oh, were you the operator then? No, my mother was. Gee, did your mother tell you all about him? Yeah, but not till I was 14. You know, Mabel, I heard that on his first program, Mr. Benny came to the studio wearing spats, top hat, white tie, cutaway coat, and a cane. Did he get any laugh? Yeah, he forgot his pants. Gee, in those days he was even cornier than Phil Harris. Yeah, and that ain't easy. You said it. Oh, Mabel, Mr. Benny is flashing you again. Yes, Mr. Benny?
I'm through with my call.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mabel, may I talk to Gertrude for a minute?
It won't do you any good. She thought the candy was lousy.
Oh, well, never mind. Goodbye.
That Mabel is cute. I wonder if her mother ever told her about me. Gee, those nights out on Sunset Boulevard where the Trocadero is now. Gosh, how time flies. Gee, I wish that barber would get here. I called him 10 minutes ago.
Say, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
I just went over the script, and do I have to do this awful joke in here?
What awful joke?
This one here where you say to me, Mary, why is a cat that walks on the beach like St. Nicholas?
Well?
And then I have to say, because it has sandy claws.
Well, Mary, you just don't get it. It's too subtle. You see, sandy claws, beach, cat.
I wouldn't do that joke if I had 9 lives.
Well, then I'll give it to Phil Harris. He'll think I'm doing him a favor.
Yeah, do that.
See you later. Can't understand why she doesn't like that cat joke. Got screamed when I was headlined at the Palace in Cucamonga. Come in.
I'm here to shave you, sir.
Oh, are you the barber?
Well, what do you think I am with this razor in my hand? The star of Spellbound?
I always have to run into him.
Now, let's see if I have everything. Soap, brush, razor, and plasma.
Plasma?
I may cut you.
Oh, well, be careful, will you?
Don't worry. Now, first, I'll sharpen my razor.
I don't know why. I always have to run.
My, this razor stop seems to be full of wrinkles.
That's my arm.
Oh, yes, so it is. Leathery old limb, isn't it?
Look, why don't you just a second, Barber. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Benny Flanagan, the detective.
Oh, come in, Mr. Flanagan. Sit down over here.
Thanks. Who's there? Oh. It always sounds like I'm being followed.
Tell me, Inspector, have you got any clues about the man who robbed me of the $10,000 and came back and beat me up?
No, I'm here to settle an argument. My captain said that the description you gave of the crook was that he had a cauliflower ear, scar on his cheek, a broken nose, and a little wart in his chin. But I said that you said that the crook had a cauliflower ear, scar on his neck, a broken nose, and a little mole on his chin.
Well, you were right, Inspector.
Yeah, I know it was a little mole instead of a little wart.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
All right, I'm ready to shave you now.
Okay.
Who's he, Mr. Benny, your barber?
Well, who do you think he is with that razor in his hand? The star of Spellbound?
Say, that's very clever.
Thank you.
All right, stop bowing and shave me.
Okay, but I need some hot water.
You can get hot water out of that wash bowl there.
Yes, sir. This is the first dressing room I've ever seen with 6 wash bowls.
This dressing room is only temporary. They've been promising me a new one for 10 years. Now, Inspector, did you find any clues that... Barber, you got the hot water. Why don't you shave me?
I'm making tea.
Oh. Now, Inspector, did you find any other clues that would lead to the capture of the hold-up man?
Well, I found one man that was wearing brass knuckles, and his fingerprints was exactly the same as the ones we found on your vault.
Well, that was the man. Why didn't you arrest him?
I didn't have the heart. He was my brother.
I don't care if he was your brother or not. It was your duty to arrest him.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
He's sending me through detective college.
On my money?
A little from you, a little from somebody else, a little from me.
From you?
Oh, yeah, he steals from me, too.
Flanagan, get out of here. Get out.
Okay. You're just mad because I got a little education.
Get out! This is all Steve Bradley's fault. What a publicity man. If I get robbed, the least he can do is get me a good detective.
Mr. Benny, I'm ready now. Would you like a close shave or a light shave?
What's the difference?
With a light shave, I take one step back.
Oh, for heaven's sake, just shave me and get it over with. Oh, what's that now? Come in.
Hiya, Benny. Hello. Long time no see.
Oh, hello, Bradley. Fine press agent you are.
What's the matter? What's wrong? What's bothering you?
What's bothering me? Look, I had a dream that I won $600,000 at the racetrack, and you and your publicity made everybody believe it was true.
Yes.
And then what happened? I get robbed of $10,000. The same man comes back and beats me up.
Yeah, but Benny,
And then you put a detective on the case who doesn't know Greenberg from third base. Why shouldn't I be mad? What are you laughing at?
Well, the whole thing was a frame-up. I hired a man who robbed you of that $10,000 so to hit the newspapers, and you'd get a lot of publicity.
Publicity? You mean that...
I certainly, Benny. That crook was just an actor, and I gave him $200 to rob you.
Yeah, but how about him coming back and beating me up?
And don't worry about it, Benny. He threw that in for nothing.
All right, Steve, stop being funny and give me my $10,000.
Not so fast. I got another great idea.
Steve, I've had enough of your crazy ideas. Now give me my money.
Now, wait a minute, Benny. This idea's sensation. It'll sweep the country. Nothing like it has ever been done before.
Now, Steve, just a minute.
I've got an idea for a contest. And we'll give away your $10,000 as prizes.
You're going to give away my $10,000?
Put down that razor, Benny, and listen to me.
All right, but talk fast.
I can't tell you all about this contest till next week. I've got to get all the details worked out. But believe me, Benny, it'll be the most sensational thing you ever heard of. This will be the best way I've ever spent your money.
But Steve!
Come on, Benny, so I'll see you next Sunday.
I never saw such a guy. What kind of a contest can that be where I'll have to give away prizes that'll cost me $10,000? Well, I'm not going to worry about it.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me.
Barber, shave me. Don't pull him out.
Okay. That was the last one anyway.
I wonder what Steve has on his mind. What kind of a contest can it be? Oh, well, I'll find out next Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen in next Sunday and find out what this contest is all about. Is it true that Jack Benny is going to be forced to give away $10,000 in prizes? Pick him up, Mary. Yes, folks, $10,000 in prizes. So be sure to tune in next Sunday for all the details.
Gee, Mary, I wonder what this contest can be that Steve Bradley has in mind.
I don't know, but he's crazy enough to do anything.
That's what worries me. If I'd have listened to him, it would have been me instead of Itchy stuck in that tunnel. Oh, well, we'll just have to wait and find out. Good night, folks.
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the star of our program, a man who has successfully run the gamut of show business from A to Z, Jack Benny.
Yes,
sir. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was the nicest introduction you've ever given me. And you're absolutely right. My career has covered show business from A to Z.
From actor to zombie.
Mary, that wasn't a nice thing to... Mary, what's a zombie?
A zombie is a man who came to a fork in the road. He went one way and his blood went the other.
What? That's right, Jack. A zombie is a man with hollow eyes, a vacant stare, and although he's really dead, he still walks around.
So that's... Mary, how many times have I told you not to mention Fred Allen on this program? I mean, especially so early. Let me get rolling first. You know.
Oh, Jack, you and Alan, I think it's about time you two stop picking on each other.
Well, it isn't as simple as that. This grudge goes way back to our vaudeville days. Alan was always mad because the audience used to throw things at him, and they never threw anything at me.
What are you talking about? You learned how to play tennis by hitting the tomatoes back with your violin.
Tennis? Mary, you know that isn't true.
Then why did they book your act into Forest Hills?
They wanted a little music because Helen Wills was moody. Ad-lib with me, will you, sister? All right, what are you laughing at?
People don't throw things at you.
They don't.
Look what happened a few weeks ago when you played your violin at the Hollywood Bowl.
Mary.
At the end of the concert, you had so much fruit in your hair, you looked like Carmen Miranda.
Oh, stop making up a lot of things. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from the San Fernando Valley Gazette.
Oh, are you a reporter?
Well, what do you think I am with this pencil in my ear? A desk set?
I always have to run into him. Well, what is it you want, Mr.
Schlagelmeyer.
Schlagelmeyer?
When you say that, smile.
Oh.
My paper sent me here to get a story about that contest you mentioned last week.
Well, Mr. Schlagelmeyer, I don't know any more about that contest than you do. Right now I'm waiting for my press agent to come over and give us all the details.
Oh, well, then I'll hang around and take a few notes.
Well, we're trying to do a program, so why don't you just sit down, Mr. Schlagelmeyer?
Westbrook Schlagelmeyer.
All right. You know, Mary, people have been phoning me all week about this contest.
Well, Jack, what kind of a contest is it going to be?
I wish I knew. The whole thing is Steve Bradley's idea. Imagine me giving away $10,000.
I can't imagine it either.
That would jar San Fernando right out of the valley.
Schmagelmeyer, please. Anyway, it isn't that I care about the money.
I believe that, Jack. I think the whole idea about you being cheap is just a gag.
A gag, huh? Let me tell you something, Don. Jack doesn't trust anybody.
What?
When he goes to bed at night, he puts his money in his mouth and rubs alum on his lips.
I only did that once. Now, let's get on with
Pardon me. How do you spell alum?
A-L... Schlagelmeyer. This is not for publication.
Oh, Jack, what are you worried about? He's from such a small paper, the San Fernando Gazette. That has no circulation.
I beg your pardon, madam. My column is syndicated throughout.
Throughout what?
Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Listen, Schlaggy, I have a 93-year-old grandmother who has better circulation than you have. Now, please, let us get on with the program. Phil, get your band ready, and we'll have a... Phil.
Huh? You talking to me, Jackson?
Yeah, it's time for your band number.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but you know how it is with these mystery magazines. You start reading, and then you can't put it down.
Oh, you're reading a mystery magazine. What's the name of it?
Who's Gordon?
Who's Gordon?
Yeah, see, it says so right here on the cover.
Phil, that's House and Garden. Who's Gordon? Look, Phil, just play a number, will you?
Okay, Jackson, okay. But first, I'd like to know more about that contest. What's it all about?
Phil, I don't know what it's about myself. It seems some silly idea my press agent has. He wants me to give away $10,000.
Jack giving away $10,000 like trying to strain the overalls out of Mrs. Murphy's chowder.
Oh, stop.
I wouldn't say that, Livy. I was out with Jackson the other night, and he picked up the check.
He did?
Yeah, he looked at it, added it up, it was correct, and handed it to me.
Now, listen.
Don't get conceited, Phil. He does that with everybody.
All right, kids, all right. Are you through?
No, I've got one.
You sit down.
You're just mad because my haircut is rounder than yours.
It is not. For a minute, I thought I was going to...
Jack, stop looking at your Social Security.
You know, it wouldn't hurt if we rehearsed this program. Phil, go ahead and play a number, will you? Okay, come on. That was Just Beyond the Rainbow from the newest Broadway hit, Are You With It? Played by Phil Harris and his 18 gentlemen. And now, folks...
Thanks, Jackson. I'm glad you called my boys gentlemen.
Well, I can't call them musicians. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, talking about Are You With It, didn't two of your writers write that show?
Yeah.
Well, you ought to be proud. What are you mad about?
Look, I give them the summer off. They go to New York, write a hit show, come back and make my life miserable.
What do you mean, Jack?
Every time they come in with a radio script and I happen to say that joke isn't funny, they tear out the page and jam it down my throat. When they say that's a belly laugh, they're not kidding.
Well, Jack, if you feel that way about your writers, why don't you get rid of them?
I can't. They got me signed for 2 years yet. Oh, well.
Pardon me, how do you spell throat?
Schlag, will you please sit down? Now what? Hello?
Hello? I'd like to get some information about the contest you talked about last week.
Look, fella, I don't know anything about the contest yet. I've got to wait until my press agent gets here.
Well, when you get all the dope, will you please call me at MGM?
Oh, Metro Goldwyn Mayer?
No, Moe's Gypsy Motel.
Look, just listen in and you'll hear it. Goodbye. Wish people wouldn't bother me in the middle of a show. I'm going to tell the operator not to let any more calls come through.
Oh, Mabel, what is it, Gertrude? Look at your switchboard. Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Oh, yeah, I wonder what Lady Esther wants now. I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny? All right, no more calls unless they're important. What? No, I'm busy tonight. Say, Mabel, I wonder what kind of a contest he's going to have. Yeah, I can't imagine Mr. Benny giving away $10,000. Neither can I. I'll bet he marries the winner. But supposing a man wins it? If I know Mr. Benny, he'll dress up like Charlie's aunt, have an early ceremony, and make a quick trip to Reno. Yeah, I'll bet he would. Say, Gertrude, I wonder what Mr. Benny puts on his lips. Why? I went out with them once, kissed him goodnight, and I couldn't open my mouth for 3 days. Why, Mabel Flapsaddle, you just made that up. No, Gertrude, it's the truth. Cross my switchboard and hope to dial Van Johnson. Gee, Van Johnson, what a face. 2 baby blue eyes gazing out through a cluster of beautiful freckles. Stop talking about him. My nostrils are twitching. You know, Gertrude, he's the answer to National Broadcasting Company. I'm sorry, but Mr. Benny cannot be disturbed. You're welcome.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Hello?
You had a call, Mr. Benny, but I didn't let them disturb you.
Well, thanks a lot. That Mabel Flapsaddle is so silly. Hasn't got a brain in her snood.
Say, Jack, I wish your press agent Steve Bradley would get here. I'm kind of anxious to know about that contest.
So am I. I can't understand what's keeping... Oh, my goodness. How many times do I have to tell that operator to... Look, if you don't stop calling, I won't take you dancing anymore.
Oh, boss, come down.
What?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Now he tells me. What do you want, Rochester?
I called to tell you there's been a little excitement here at the house.
Excitement? What happened?
Well, the milkman turned his truck into our driveway and it got loose from him and ran all over the front yard.
Did he hit anything?
You know that big willow tree by the house?
Yes.
Well, it's really got something to weep about now.
Oh, my goodness.
Then he bounced off the tree and knocked over the bird bath.
The bird bath?
Yeah, and I just hung up clean guest house.
Wouldn't you know it? What else happened?
Then he crashed into the front of the house and broke milk bottles all over the place.
You mean my front lawn is covered with broken milk bottles?
Milk bottles, policemen, and cats.
Holy smoke, I can imagine what my lawn looks like.
Yeah, you ought to see those cats lapping up the milk and spitting out the grass.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Not only that, a cocker spaniel ran up on the lawn and jumped right into the middle of everything.
Good. Did the cocker spaniel chase the cats off?
Chase them off. They're using his ears for napkins.
Rochester, stop being funny.
Do you really want me to?
No, go on. Anyway, I don't believe a word of this.
It's true, boss. It happened about 2 hours ago.
Well, what's on the lawn now?
Broken bottles and fat cats.
Roll them off and I'll be home right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, that is.
I never saw anything like it. Every time I leave the house, something happens.
What happened now?
A delivery truck got loose on my front lawn and broke about 100-quart bottle.
No, Jackson, no.
Phil, it was milk.
Oh.
I knew it wouldn't worry you too much in there. Anyway, when I get home, I've got a lot of things. Oh, come in.
Hi, buddy. Hello, everybody. Hello. It's me, Bradley, Steve Bradley.
Well, Steve, it's about time you got here. I've been up in the air all week about this contest idea of yours.
Now, wait till you hear this. Sit down, everybody. Sit down. Let me do the talking.
Go ahead, Steve.
All right, listen, Benny, and listen carefully.
Yes. What's the contest?
I'm coming to that. Now, for years, programs have been having contests. They ask the listeners to write letters on why I like this, why I like that, why I like so-and-so, why I like such and such. People are tired of that stuff. I got something brand new, something that people will enjoy.
All right, what is it?
We're going to ask people all over this country to write in letters in 25 words or less.
Yes?
Telling us why they can't stand Jack Benny.
What? Steve, would you mind repeating that?
Gladly. We're going to ask people to write in letters finishing this simple sentence. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Steve, look at me. Look at me! Have you lost your mind? Have you gone crazy asking people to do that? Why, people like me. They love me.
Now, wait a minute, Benny, wait a minute.
What?
How many people listen to you every Sunday?
Well, about 30 million.
And how many people are there in the United States?
Well, about 130 million.
There you are. That means that 100 million people don't like you.
What? 100 million people don't like me?
And that's only in this country.
But, Steve, you mean to say that 100 million people don't like me?
100,000,001.
Huh?
Don't let this smile fool you.
Slob.
How do you spell fool?
Sit down.
Yes, Mr. Benny, this contest will sweep the nation.
But, Steve, gee, I don't mind if people write in letters why they like Jack Benny, but you've got that awful phrase in there, I can't stand Jack Benny. I mean, can't stand is too hard.
Hey, Jackson, how about despise?
You stay out. Mary, you talk to Steve, will you? Tell him how crazy this whole idea is. I can't do a contest like that.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Maybe it's not so bad. At least it's different.
But Mary, all those people saying they can't stand me.
Well, look at Fred Allen. He's been saying that for years.
Well, he knows me. I mean, Allen, he should know better.
But, Jackson, there are a lot of other people that feel like Fred Allen does.
Certainly. Now, this will give them a chance to put down on paper what they've been thinking for 14 years.
And for that, I should give away $10,000? I've got an old bridge lamp I'm not using. I mean, wouldn't that be...
No, Benny, it's got to be $10,000, and what's more, it's going to be in victory bonds.
Oh. Well, I like the idea of victory bonds, but... Oh, Mary, I can't go through with a thing like this.
Why not, Jack? I think it's a wonderful idea.
Me too, Jackson.
I like it very much.
I love it, but it's too easy.
I don't know what to do. I mean, it's so horrible. Steve, give me the details again, will you?
All right, listen. People write in letters. I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 25 words or less.
Do you think they can get it all in 25 words?
Yeah.
All right, then I'll write 50 words.
50 words?
Well, that lets me out.
I don't know. This sounds so ridiculous. $10,000 for writing a letter. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Jack, put down that pencil. You can't be in it.
Can't they write it in on dollar bills or something? Well, if I'm going to give away victory bonds, I've got as much right to try and win as anybody else. Anyway, I'm not going through it.
Oh, yes, you are. Go ahead, Wilson. Read that announcement I gave you.
But, Steve, let's talk it over a little more.
Too late for that. Go ahead, Wilson. Read it.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this contest is actually taking place and starts right now.
But, Steve...
Now, listen closely. Here are the details. To enter this contest, all you have to do is write a letter completing this sentence in 50 words or less. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
But, Don...
$10,000 in victory bonds will be awarded for the letters containing the best stated and most convincing reasons.
Mary, do something, will you?
Quiet, Jack. I'm taking this down.
Oh. I'm sorry.
The first prize will be $2,500 in victory bonds. The second prize, $1,500 in victory bonds. The third prize, a $1,000 victory bond.
Look.
And there are 50 additional prizes of $100 victory bonds each. These are all par value bonds. They're worth their face value when you receive them.
Look, how can I go through with this?
All letters become the property of Jack Benny, and no letters will be returned. The decision of the judges will be final, and the supreme judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen.
Fred Allen?
And his decision will be final.
Oh, no. No, I mean, how can they do this to me? I'm really a nice guy. I grow flowers. I pat little kids on the head. I give milk to cats. How can they do this to me?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this contest is open to everybody except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, the National Broadcasting Company, and Jack Benny's relatives.
My father will kill me. This is awful. I mean,
all you have to do is complete this sentence in 50 words or less. I can't stand Jack Benny because.
Oh, my God.
Then mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. Remember, the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. This contest is subject to all federal and state laws and regulations. The termination date of the contest will be announced on a subsequent program.
Oh, wait a minute, Don. Suppose there's a tie.
Yeah, Steve, suppose there's a tie.
That's impossible, Benny. People can't stand you for different reasons.
I know.
In case of a tie, duplicate prizes will be awarded.
Duplicate prizes? Mary, Phil, say something.
Okay, play, boys.
I ought to have my head examined.
How do you spell examine?
Oh, sit down!
Phil, I'll rub his wrist while you pour that cold water on his forehead.
Okay. Oh.
He's coming around, Phil. Do you feel better, Jack?
Yes, I guess so.
Say, look, Jackson, 3,000 letters came in yesterday telling why they couldn't stand you.
That's my regular fan mail. That don't count. Mary, I'm too weak. You say it.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Thanks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last Sunday, Steve Bradley, Jack Benny's press agent, forced Jack into having a contest. You listeners were asked to write in letters completing this simple sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because. And believe me, folks, the letters have been pouring in. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills where the whole gang is helping Jack open the mail.
Just look at all those letters. I don't know why I let Steve Bradley force me into this contest. It's only been on a week. I bet I've received over 1 million insults already.
Jack, stop exaggerating. You haven't even received 500,000 insults.
I have too.
Oh, don't be so egotistical.
Never mind, Phil. Just keep sorting those letters. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Here's a letter from a lady right here in Los Angeles.
A letter from... What does she say?
She says, I can't stand Jack Benny because he's got the only house in Beverly Hills without mice. If they can't stand him, how can I?
She just made that up. My house is full of mice. So there, I won't give her a prize, believe me.
Well, Mr. Benny, here's a letter from Senator Claghorn.
Senator Claghorn?
Yeah, he's on Fred Allen's program.
Oh. What does the senator say, Larry?
He says, I can't stand Jack Benny because he's so corny when he sits down to dinner he butters his ears. His ears, that is.
What?
That's a joke, son.
Now, wait a minute.
You're letting them get past you tonight.
Now, cut that out. I don't care anything about him. About him, that is. Now, let's open
Hey, Jackson, look, here's a letter from a guy who likes you.
Likes me?
Jack, have you been writing in?
No, I haven't, and don't be funny. No, there are people who like me. Go ahead, Phil. Read that letter.
Okay, now where's the place? Oh, here it is. I think Jack Benny is the most big-hearted man I know.
Big-hearted?
Yeah, see?
Phil, that's pig-headed. I had to tell him yet. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Are you reading any of the contest mail?
Yeah, lots of it.
Good.
You know, boss, 2 more letters and I'll be convinced that I'm working for the wrong man.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. A lot of these letters are very nice.
Of course they are. Listen to this one. I can't stand Jack Benny because he's such a spendthrift.
See? Read that again, Mary.
I can't stand Jack Benny because he's such a spendthrift. Signed, Sandy McGregor.
Oh.
And there's 3 cents due on it.
3 cents due. That guy's tighter than Don Wilson in an armchair. Now, kids, we've been all working pretty... Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Now, kids, I know we've been working pretty hard, but let's try and...
Oh, boss, don't forget you got a dinner engagement tonight.
Yes, I know.
A dinner engagement? Where are you going, Jack?
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman invited me to dinner tonight. They live right next door, you know.
You invited to the Colmans?
Yes, what's so strange about that? We've been neighbors for about 12 years. Of course, for a while, my success in pictures sort of came between us. Colman wanted the lead in The Horn Blows at Midnight, but they gave it to me. You see, at his age, they didn't want him to stay up that late. What are you giggling about?
I saw the picture, and you should have gone to bed earlier, too.
Oh, I don't know.
Can't stand Jack Benny.
What? Polly, you can't enter the contest. You're a relative. Anyway, Mary, I better hurry. If Ronnie and Benita took the trouble of sending me an invitation, I don't want to keep them waiting.
Hey, Jackson, look, you mean they sent you an invitation and they live right next door?
Well, that's the dignified thing to do.
You know, I think that dignified stuff is put on the way Coleman keeps giving out with that phony English accent.
What are you talking about? Ronald Colman's English accent isn't phony.
It isn't, huh? Well, I happen to know that he was born in London.
Phil, where do you think London is?
It's right near Waxahachie, Texas.
Phil, I know about the London in Texas, but it so happens that now, see, now there's a London in England.
Oh, Lend-Lease, huh?
Yes, we get it back in 1956. What a guy.
Say, Jack, I'd like to see that invitation you got from the Colmans.
It's right here in my pocket. And I wish Rochester would be a little more careful with the mail. Fortunately, I found it lying out on the back porch.
Let me see it.
Here it is.
Dear Jack, glad to know you are safely back in America. Bedine and I would love to have you for cocktails and dinner Sunday evening. We'll expect you around 8. Ronald Colman.
There you are.
But what does he mean, back in America?
My trip overseas last summer.
Oh, yeah. I still can't understand it.
Hey, boss, you better start getting dressed. It's 7:15.
All right, Rochester, lay out my clothes.
Okay, do you want your tuxedo or your tweed, twill, garbadine, herringbone, serge, palm beach, flannel, plaid, corduroy, worsted?
Well...
Jack, I didn't know you had so many suits.
It's all one suit.
One suit?
Yeah, Taylor was here, left his book of samples, and Mr. Benny hates to see anything go to waste.
Rochester.
Hey, Jackson, if you wear that suit, you'll look like the man who came to dinner and got a lot of it on you.
Don't worry about it. Rochester, the Colmans always dress for dinner, so lay out my tuxedo.
Boss, you better not wear that tuxedo. It's awful tight on you.
Never mind, I'm going to wear it anyway.
Okay, but if you bend over, you're going to have a white Christmas.
I'll be careful. Now, go in the other room and lay out my clothes.
Okay, which shirt do you want to wear? The plain one or the one that lights up and spells LSMFT?
The plain white one tonight.
That's good. The battery's down in the other one anyway.
Well, I have to go through just to get dressed for a dinner engagement. Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. How's the contest going?
Fine. Come on in, Don. And, say, what's that sticking out behind you?
An armchair. I couldn't get it off this morning.
Oh, then I was right.
Jack, how about the contest? Have you really been getting a lot of mail?
Oh, certainly.
You ought to see some of the letters, Don. People have so many reasons why they can't stand Jack, and we haven't even heard from Mama yet.
Your mother can't be in it.
Say, Jack, a couple of contest letters came to my house, too, and I brought them over.
Good.
Here's one I'd like to read to you. It's from J.P. Wilkins.
Oh.
Here it is. I can't stand Jack Benny because he's made of the sadder, the weaker, the naturally cornier jokes.
Don, that letter's more than 50 words, so it doesn't count. Well, I gotta go and get dressed, kid.
Where are you going, Jack?
I'm invited to Ronald Colman's house for dinner.
You are?
Well, what's so surprising about that? I've been invited to the best homes in Beverly Hills. Only last week I was a guest at Gary Cooper's birthday party.
If you were a guest, why did you have to wait on tables?
I just did that for a gag.
A gag, huh? Then why did the guests put tips under their plates?
They did that for a gag, too.
Then why did you keep the tip?
I can go along with a gag, sister. Now, you kids finish sorting the mail. I gotta run upstairs and get dressed. Come on, Rochester. These trousers are a little tight. How do I look in my tuxedo, Rochester?
Fine, boy, fine.
I wonder if... Oh, darn it, I dropped my gloves.
Don't bend over. I'll get them.
Oh, yes, thanks.
Boss, you better get going. It's 8 o'clock.
No, Rochester, I think I'll be 5 minutes late. It'll make a better impression on the Colmans. I'll bet that Ronnie and Benita are more nervous than I am.
Ronnie, where are you?
Right here in the library, Benita.
Hey, darling, shouldn't you be dressed? You know, we're
having a guest for dinner.
A guest tonight? Who?
Do you remember? Jack Wellington from London.
Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot. Good old Wellington. Then you did mail him the note I wrote.
No, I couldn't find the note anywhere. I think it must have blown out of the window. Well, I phoned him instead. He'll be here in a minute.
Oh, splendid, splendid.
Well, aren't you going to dress?
Oh, no, not for Wellington. No, this turtleneck sweater is all right. He likes informality.
Oh, well, then I won't bother either. Look, could you come and help me choose the wine for dinner?
Yes, in a moment, dear, as soon as I finish this letter. Now, let me see. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
You're not entering that silly contest, are you?
Oh, I certainly am.
But, Roddy, why?
Well, I don't particularly dislike Jack Benny under normal conditions, but for victory bonds, it's not too difficult.
But, darling, he's our next-door neighbor.
Well, I know. Think of the advantage that gives us. All the other people just hear him on the radio. But we can look out of our window and get enough reasons to win all the prizes.
I suppose you're right. Well, just this morning I heard Mr. Benny shouting at that valet of his. What's the valet's name again? Oh, you know, it's the same as a city in England.
Liverpool?
No, Manchester.
Oh, yes, Manchester, yes.
Anyway, Mr. Benny was shouting at the top of his voice about his coffee being weak. And Manchester was shouting back something about he'd been telling him for years that you were only supposed to use the coffee grounds once. That's a promotion.
Yes, I've heard some of those sessions. But they're mild when you compare them to the ones with that Phil Harris fellow.
Phil Harris?
Yes, the way he comes up the sidewalk every morning yelling, "Okay, Jackson, don't be a mug. Harris is here, so bring out the jug." What a remarkable fellow. Say, does he have some connection with Jack Benny's program?
Oh, yes, I understand he leads the orchestra.
Oh, he's a musician.
No, he just leads the orchestra.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Colman?
Yes, Sherwood?
Mr. Jack Wellington has arrived.
Oh, good.
Oh, come on, Ronnie.
Hello,
Jack!
Wellington over.
Well, hello, Ronnie, Benita. It's so nice of you to have me over for dinner. I came direct from the tennis court. I hope you don't mind my being in just slacks and a slip over.
No, of course not. We hate formalities.
Tell me, Benita, what are all those mail bags doing in front of the house next door?
Oh, that's Jack Benny's house. He's running a contest.
Jack Benny? Isn't that the fellow that's on the wireless?
Yes.
You know, I just can't stand him. He's...
Wait, don't say it. Don't waste it. Write it down. Write it down. What? Well, that's the contest. Now, we'll tell you about it later.
You Americans do have a peculiar sense of humor.
Well, come on, Ronnie. Get behind the bar and mix us a cocktail.
All right.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Colman.
Yes, Sherwood?
There's a gentleman at the door to see you, sir. Here's his card.
His card? Huh. Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio. And will sing Oh Promise Me at Wedding. Has own tuxedo. Jack Benny here? Well, what in the world could he possibly want?
Maybe it's about his lawnmower. Remember you borrowed it.
Yes, but I returned it.
Well, maybe he wants to give you back the deposit you left on it.
Well, Sherwood, look, tell him I'll call later, and we have a guest for dinner.
But, Mr. Colman, you said that you were expecting him for dinner.
For dinner? Benita, did you invite Jack Benny for dinner?
No. Are you sure you didn't?
Well, I'm positive.
I say, Ronnie, is this the eccentric chap you were telling me about that's having the contest?
Yes. Well, his coming here is obviously a mistake, but we may as well make the best of an awkward situation. Sherwood, show Mr. Benny in, and then set another place for dinner.
Very good, sir. Follow me, Mr. Benny.
Thank you.
May I take your hat, sir?
No, this is the collapsible type. just fold it up and put it in my pocket.
As you wish, sir.
Well. Hello, Ronnie, Benita.
Hello, Jack. Come in.
Yes. Come in.
We're just about to have a cocktail.
Mr. Benny, this is our friend Jack Wellington.
Pleased to meet you, old chap.
Well, I didn't expect anyone else to be here, but that's just like the Colmans. Always room for one more. Yes, sir.
Ronnie.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
Well, the cocktails are ready. A toast. Benita, your health. Wellington, happy days. Benny, good luck.
Too hard. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break the glass.
Oh, and that set was 150 years old.
Well, I'm glad I didn't break any of your new stuff. Well, I'll just sit here and read a magazine while you three go and dress. I'll wait.
Oh, no. Jack, old boy, this is just an informal gathering.
Oh. Mr. Wellington, you're from England, aren't you?
Yes, I am, old fellow.
Yeah, tell me, Wellington, how are things over there?
Well, it's very exciting right now. Getting things going again. Especially recently with the new elections and all.
Yes, I'd love to get away to England if my schedule would permit. I'd like to be there in the spring.
Yes, at that time of the year, everything's so beautiful, especially the Thames.
Yes, the jolly old Thames.
I always take them whenever my stomach's upset. They're very good, you know.
Benita, are you sure you didn't invite him?
I'm positive, darling.
Oh, Benita, I remember your suggesting that I reread Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. I found it even more elevating on the second reading.
That's true in so many cases. I've just reread the H.G. Wells Anatomy of Frustration.
Oh, I'm rather a dull scholar. I'm just starting on the outline of history for the first time.
Have any of you noticed the frightful mess little orphan Annie's in? The poor little blighter. Yes, sir. Yup. Why they bring Alabama to play the national game? Yes, sir. Yep. You said it.
Pardon me, but dinner is served.
Thank you, Sherwood.
Come along, let's go into the dining room.
Okay.
No, Mr. Benny, you're not supposed to take my arm.
Oh.
I say, Benny, old boy, you don't take my arm either.
Well, I suppose I ought to take somebody's arm. Well, here we are in the dining room. Chow! Let's sit down. Boy, that was a swell dinner.
Mr. Benny, excuse me, but the way you're teetering from side to side, is that chair uncomfortable?
No, the chair's fine. It's all my fault, silly me. I forgot to take the mothballs out of my pants. Yes, sir, that certainly was a wonderful meal. Yes, sir.
Well, it's getting kind of late.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't realize what time it was.
Yes, it is getting rather late.
It's only 9:30. Yes, sir. Yup. That time marches on.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess I better be running along. Time for me to go home. Good night, Mr. Wellington. Very happy to have met you.
Good night, old boy, and with my luck, we'll probably meet again. Yes, thank you.
Good night, Benita and Ronnie. I had a lovely time. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Oh, you're very welcome, I'm sure.
Yes, we were happy to have you.
Thank you.
I'll show you to the door, Jack.
Thank you. Well, good night, Ronnie, old boy. I had a swell time. Say, I'm awfully sorry about Wellington.
Wellington? What do you mean?
Oh, I know you're loyal to your friends, but isn't it awful the way a guy like him can throw a damper on a party?
You know, Jack, there's a lot of truth in what you say.
You're telling me, huh? Well, goodbye. I'm not out yet.
Pardon me.
Well, good night, Ronnie.
Good night.
Gee, they're nice people, the Colmans. That Wellington seems to be a nice chap, too. Can't understand him just dropping in uninvited. Oh, well. Oh, darn it, I dropped my gloves. Can it be the breeze that fills the trees? Thank you and good night, everybody.
Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, Steve Bradley, Jack Benny's press agent, forced Jack into having a contest. You listeners will have to write in letters completing this simple sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because. And is it catching on? Oh, yes, there's excitement in the old town tonight. Everybody's celebrating. In fact, right now there's a parade coming down Sunset Boulevard. Look, they're turning down the street where Jack Benny lives.
Parade? Yeah, here's exciting. I never saw so many guys in uniform. Yeah, what are they? Soldiers, sailors, or Marines? They're mailmen. Mailmen? Sure, haven't you heard? Jack Benny's running a contest. I can't stand Jack Benny. Well, neither can I, but what's the contest about? That's it. I can't stand Jack Benny because there's $10,000 in prizes. No kidding. I even sent in a letter myself. You did? What did you say? Oh, plenty. When I got through, I had to wash out my fountain pen with soap. Life boy, yes. Hey, I'm going to call up my wife and tell her to write a letter to Benny right now. Wait a minute. Why don't you do it yourself? Oh, if my wife calls him half the things she calls me, she can't lose. They're marching right up to Jack Benny's door.
Hey, Jackson, there's the doorbell. I heard it, Phil. Rochester, answer the door.
I can't move, boss. The ladder's up to my knees.
The ladder isn't so high.
It ain't here. I'm sitting on a horse.
No, don't be silly. Every time I talk to him, Phil, what are you doing with that shovel and that pile of letters?
We lost Mary.
We didn't lose Mary. She's got a bad cold and couldn't come over today.
Oh, that's a shame, Judge. Did you send her any fruit?
No. She still has the fruit I sent her last year.
But that was a year ago. Don't that wax fade?
No, but during the hot weather, it melts a little, you know. In fact, the banana curled up and looks like a donut with yellow jaundice. Now,
let's see.
Hey, Jackson, why don't you send her some real fruit? The wax stuff don't fool anybody.
It doesn't, eh? The apple's got 2 worms in it. They don't know the difference. So why should I work? I'm coming. See, how am I going to get to the door with all those letters? Maybe I better put on my snowshoes. Good thing I didn't leave them in Yosemite.
Oh, what?
What is it, Rochester?
On the way back from the door, squeeze through the kitchen and bring me a glass of water.
Okay. I'm coming. Gosh, the letters are so deep. It's a good thing I got my snowshoes on.
Out of the night which was 30 below, there stumbled a miner fresh from the snow. Soft, dirty, and loaded for bear.
That's me. Rochester, stop. Okay. Oh, are you the mailman?
So what do you think I am with this pack on my back? An early Santa Claus?
I never saw a guy that does so many things.
You and your contest.
Well, can I help it if so many people can't stand me? Besides, what are you griping about? You got over 200 letter carriers helping you.
I know, but it wasn't easy getting them.
What?
We have the only post office in the country with a draft board. Now, look, don't you shout at me. See those 4 stars on my shoulders?
Well, what does that mean?
I'm a postmaster general, silly.
I knew I shouldn't have asked him. Now, look, will you please stop with all this...
Quiet. A message is coming in on my walkie-talkie.
Flight commander to control tower. We're circling Beverly Hills. Please give instructions. Over.
Control tower to flight commander. You're approaching the target. Drop down to 500 feet. Open the bomb bay.
Wait a minute. What is this?
Airmail, you old-fashioned poop.
Look, General, do me a favor, will you? I drained all the water out of the swimming pool. Put the letters in there. The house is full.
Very well.
Thank you, General. Oh, now what?
You forgot to salute.
Now cut that out. This is all General Bradley's fault. It's all Steve Bradley's fault. Having people write letters on why they can't stand them. These snowshoes are kind of tight.
He longed for the fight of the Yukon night and the northern lights weird flicker.
Rochester.
And a game of stud and a frozen mud and a taste of raw red liquor.
Rochester, stop with that poetry. We're not in the Yukon.
I don't know about you, but I'm chewing on some blubber.
What?
Tough as a steak with Yukon cake. Hard boiled in a picnic cage.
Rochester.
He washed his shirt in the Klondike dirt and drank his rum by the case.
Rochester, just send her the mail. We still have thousands of letters to read.
Hey, Jackson, here's a letter. Listen to this one. I can't stand Jack Benny because he charges $2 an hour to play his violin at weddings.
What?
Signed Tommy Manville.
Well, that's how it is when you work for one man too long. Well, let's not get these mixed up.
Well, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Larry, I didn't see you with all these letters around here. When did you come in?
Yesterday.
Oh. You better read your way to the window and get some air.
I can't stand Jack Benny because he won't pay Rochester more money, because he won't give him a night off, and because he won't...
Rochester, stop reading those letters.
I ain't reading, boss.
Well, we talk about our little problems in private.
Yeah, you, me, and the Dine committee.
Never mind. Gee, I'm getting tired reading these letters. I'm going to rest a while. Say, Larry, why don't you sing a song for us?
I'd like to, Mr. Benny, but I've got laryngitis.
See, everybody's got a cold. You and Mary. What a show we're going to have. Just my luck, Fred Allen will be as fit as a fiddle. I'm sorry you can't sing today, kid.
It wouldn't make any difference, Mr. Benny. I was going to sing I'm Glad I Waited for You, but Mr. Harris' band can't play it.
Phil, why can't your band play I'm Glad I Waited for You?
Don't rush us. We got to take these songs in order.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you working on now?
Speak of Arabic. What? It's a great song, Jackson. It goes like this. I'm the sheep. Your love belongs to me tonight when you're...
I know how it goes.
He wanted to mush along in the sled with a team of us.
Quiet! Looks a little better with all those letters cleaned up. You know, as soon as we get through, I've got to go out and do some more Christmas shopping.
Say, Jackson, I got a swell present for you this year.
You have, Phil?
Yeah.
How much is it? I mean, what is it? What did you get me?
Case of gin.
A case of gin?
Well, it'll come in handy when you throw a party.
When am I going to throw a party?
The minute I bring it over, Bob.
All right, Bill. We'll have a party on New Year's Eve.
Mr. Benny, what are you going to give me for Christmas?
Well, what are you going to give me, Rochester?
You tell me what you're going to give me.
No. Why don't you tell me what you're going to give me?
No, you tell me.
No, you tell me.
No, you tell me.
No, you tell me. What are you laughing at?
We do this every year, and all we get out of it is a sore throat.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to buy you a nice gift. Now, before I do my shopping, I better go over my list again. Let's see. For Christmas, I'll get some cough drops for Larry Stevens, some new wax fruit for Mary, and something for Don Wilson. I hear they're stretching 2 ways again. Now, let's see. What else? I ought to get some Christmas presents for my writers. They need pencil and paper. And I must look around for some cheap bow ties for all the boys in Phil's van.
Cheap bow ties? Why don't you get them some good ones?
Phil, as long as the elastic snaps in them, they're happy. Now let's see.
Hey, Jackson. You know what a period is?
Certainly, a period is what you put at the end of a sentence.
And it's also a dot over a nine.
Man, you positively amaze me. Now, let's get the rest of these letters out of the way. Okay, Phil, take all these letters that you've been opened here and put them in the corner. And I wish you'd try...
Oh,
what is it, Rochester?
Here's a letter from Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? He can't be in the contest. He's a judge.
Just the same, he sent this letter.
What does it say?
It says, I can't stand Jack Benny because... Then he lists the reasons alphabetically, chronologically, and geographically.
Geographically?
Yeah, he can't stand you any place.
Oh, he just thinks he's smart because he can say such big words with his nose.
He's awful. Stop, Jackson, stop. You just don't like him because he's a great comedian.
That has nothing to do with it. And listen, Phil, all week long you've been sarcastic just because I was the only one invited to Ronald Colman's house last Sunday for dinner.
I still don't believe he sent you an invitation.
Well, you can go and look at it again. It's framed over the fireplace. Not only that, I'm having the Colmans over to my house next Sunday.
You are?
Yeah. I think I ought to invite their friend from England, Mr. Wellington. He was a guest at their house, too.
Hey, Jackson, you promised Don Wilson you'd listen to his program. It's getting late.
Oh, yeah. What time is it?
I don't know. The little hand is straight down and the big hand is bent over.
That's 6:15. Phil, why don't you learn how to tell time?
I tried to, but it always keeps changing.
Oh, well, I better listen to Don. Rochester, turn on the radio. We want to hear Don Wilson.
What station is it?
He forgot to tell me. Try to get it anyway.
Okay.
That's not the station. Here, I'll get the station.
I might as well be honest with you, Joyce. I'm in love with another woman.
No, Alvin, you mustn't leave me. You must. I've given you the best years of my life. I'll fight to the last ounce of my strength.
Oh, that's not it either. I wonder what station, Dine. Oh, for heaven's sake, why can't I get the station Wilson's on?
There it goes. It's a line drive and Greenberg's on time.
I've got such a slow radio here. I gotta get that station down.
You have rheumatism in your joints. Do you have chills? Does your liver shiver? Do you wheeze when you sneeze? If you suffer from these or any other ailment, try sympathy. Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is your testament. Y-A-D-A.
I'm gonna change this before that quartet comes on. Sympathy soothing syrup. That stuff never helped anybody. I wish Wilson had told me what station he's on. Oh, my goodness. Why can't I get this? Maybe this is it.
Hello. To all of you from Hollywood, this is Louella Parsons.
That ain't the station, Jackson. Well, I want to hear this anyway. Louella might have something nice to say about me.
Here's my first important news from the film capsule tonight. Lana Schlagenhoff, who used to go with Karen O'Reilly, was seen at the Macamba with Gregory Permasat. They were dancing cheek to cheek to the exotic music of Xavier Shapiro.
Well, what do you know about that?
Just heard that Bing Crosby and Bob Hope's next picture is The Road to the La Brea Tar Pit.
Well, they've been everywhere else. I got to see that.
Flash, it's a boy at the Cedars of Lebanon Hospital.
Well, I must send them a card of congratulations. Remind me, Phil.
Ben Johnson, who was so very ill with the flu, was cured in 3 days by a new miracle medicine called sympathy soothing.
How do you like that? Me, it made sick.
Now, here's top news. News you'll all be interested in. Gladys Zabisco, who's been Jack Benny's sweetheart for so long, has just signed a brand new contract with the Homeway Laundry.
Oh, boy, she passed her tub test. See, I hope her agent made a good deal for her.
And speaking of Jack Benny, his contest has brought thousands and thousands of letters from every state in the Union. Well, almost every state. Maine and Vermont are still holding out.
That shows what she knows. They hate me there, too.
That's all for now. But don't forget that starting next week, my own program for Woodbury will be increased to 15 minutes. So be sure to listen in to all the latest news from Hollywood. This is Louella Parsons saying good night. Gee,
I must call up Louella and tell her...
Hey, Jackson, what about the program that Don Wilson is on?
Oh, yes, I must get that. Isn't that awful?
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to the glorious voice of Miss Jenny Mudfender. Pine Street Bowling Alley.
Well, what do you know? Don Wilson's been on that program all the time. Well, thank heavens that cleans up all these letters until the mailmen get here tomorrow. Say, Phil.
Yeah, Jackson?
I'd like you and all the gang to come over to dinner next Sunday night. You know, I'm having the Ronald Colman.
Oh, gee, thanks, Jackson. I'll be there.
And remember, Phil, when we're having dinner, watch your P's and Q's. You know what I mean.
Oh, sure. When you give me the Q, I'll pass the P's. Oh, Filthy, what a shame you haven't got laryngitis, too. You
said, I'll bet Mary's glad she didn't have to hear that joke. Good night, doll.
Program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, Jack Benny had dinner at Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman's house. And tonight, as a typical good neighbor, Jack has invited the Colmans over to his house. So let's go out to Beverly Hills, where we find Jack preparing for the arrival of his distinguished guests.
Well, I'm almost dressed, Rochester. How do I look in my... How do I look in my striped pants and swallowtail coat?
You look like a master of ceremonies at Forest Lawn.
I do not. Now, Rochester, when you're serving dinner tonight, remember, serve the tomato juice first, then the salad, then the meat, and then the vegetables.
I'm glad you brought that up, boss. I wanted to ask you about the peas.
What about the peas?
Do you want me to spoon them out or count them out?
Spoon them out tonight. There's nothing too good for the Colmans. And don't forget, for dessert, we're having a flaming plum pudding.
How do you fix it, boss?
Well, you take the plum pudding and put it in a bowl. Then you take a pint of brandy, good brandy, real old brandy, and you pour it over the pudding.
Continue, boss. You fascinate me.
Then you take a match and set fire to the brandy.
You what?
You take a match and set fire to the brandy.
Boss, I doubt if I'll have the heart.
Well, just do as I tell you. See you later. Jingle bell, jingle dum da ding, dum dum dum. Gee, I hope the gang got all those contest letters cleaned up. I don't want the Colmans to find out that so many people can't stand me. Well, kids, are you about finished with the mail?
We're all through, Jack, except for those entries over there in the corner.
Why haven't you opened those?
They're still ticking.
Ticking? You mean... Hey, there's one that's smoking. Quick, Don, throw it out the window.
Okay.
I wonder why they... Fine Christmas spirit. That thing could have...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Who are you?
I was just passing by and something blew me in.
Oh, well, Merry Christmas.
Same to you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, kids, we've got to get all these letters read because the contest ends tomorrow night, December 24th,
Say, Jack, listen to this letter I just opened. I think it's from a Scotch girl.
A Scotch girl? What does it say?
I can't stand Jack Benny because his nose is warmer than mine. Signed, Lassie.
Oh, she's just mad because she read that big story about me in Newsweek. Anyway, kids, never mind the rest of those letters. Mr. and Mrs. Colman will be here for dinner soon. I also invited their friend, Jack Wellington. So please be on your best behavior. Especially you, Phil.
Me?
Yes, you. Just for tonight, don't bring your jug to the table with you. Please.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Have you ever tried eating that meat straight?
I know it's awful, Phil, but do it just as a favor to me. And another thing, Phil. When you take the jacket off the baked potato, you're not supposed to go... It's only a potato. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
Don, when Rochester offers you a third helping, try to refuse, will you? Or at least say well before you dive in. And Mary...
Oh, Jack, don't try to tell me anything about eating.
You better listen to him, Livy. He was eating 30 years before you were born.
Phil, your Christmas present isn't so big that I can't carry it back to the store. So don't try to give... Oh, hello, Polly. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
That's you. Say, kids, don't you think my Christmas tree is a beauty? Look how big it is.
It sure is, Mr. Benny. Where did you get it?
Well...
I'll tell you, kid. A man drove through Beverly Hills with that tree laying on top of his car, and Jackson was right behind him.
Phil.
Jackson knew about the sharp curve in the road, and the man didn't.
Phil, please. Christmas trees are very sentimental to me. In fact, I used to go out in the woods and cut down my own tree. But I gave that up.
Yeah, it's so hard to find one with packages under it.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the best Christmas tree I've ever had.
And look at all those presents. Say, Mr. Benny, what's in that great big box over there all tied up with that red and green ribbon?
That's there every year, kid. It's a decoy.
It is not.
Oh, boss!
What is it, Rochester?
For dinner tonight, do you want French bread, raisin bread, or English muffins?
English muffins. Are they the real English muffins?
Are they? I cut one of them open and found 2 tickets to a cricket match.
Well, you can't go. You've got work to do. And by the way, I hired an English butler to help me serve tonight, so the Colmans will feel at home. He should be here any minute. Gosh, I'll bet right now Ronnie and Benita are sitting on pins and needles waiting to leave their house.
Oh, Ronnie! Ronnie, where are you?
Right here in the library, Benita.
Darling, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's time for us to go over to Mr. Benny's house. Have you forgotten?
Oh, no. I haven't forgotten. It's been on my mind all week. Perhaps we can phone and make some excuse.
No, darling, we can't do that. He's probably gone to a great deal of trouble preparing dinner. In fact, just this afternoon, his butler... what's his butler's name again?
Manchester?
Yeah. Manchester. Well, he came to the back door and wanted to borrow some sugar, so I gave him a saucerful.
You gave him a saucerful?
Yes, they already have all our cups.
Yes, I wondered why Sherwood served my afternoon tea in a Dixie cup. But I guess you're right, Benita. Maybe we should go. I'll never forget when Benny invited us to his house 3 years ago and we didn't show up. You know, it made him so angry, he wrote a letter to Britain asking for his bundle back.
Yes, well, he's probably sensitive. Well, it's getting late. You better start dressing.
Oh, yes, and I mustn't forget to take Jack Benny's shoes back to him.
His shoes?
Yes, he slipped them off when he was having dinner here 2 weeks ago. You know, I've never seen such interesting shoes. There's so many secret pockets in them. And there's a little device in there where you wiggle your toes and it makes change.
Shoes belong to Mr. Benny. I should have known they weren't yours when I saw the box spring in the arch support.
Yeah, I noticed that, too. By the way, Benita, who's invited to the dinner besides us?
Well, I understand there'll be Mary Livingston. She's on his program, you know.
Mary Livingston. Didn't she at one time work behind the stocking counter at the May Company?
Yes, and I can't understand her giving up a good job like that. Let's see. Oh, yes, besides Mary Livingston, there'll be that Phil Harris fellow.
Oh, yes. Ham hocks and turnip greens. Say, Benita, couldn't we phone and say that Uncle Oswald is ill and that we have to go and visit him?
You can't do that. After all, Mr. Benny lives right next door. He'll see our lights and know we're home.
Oh, yes. Even that 30-foot fence doesn't keep him from peeping in on us. Creeping along his side of the fence with a periscope. A most remarkable fellow.
I do hope Mr. Benny doesn't insist on playing that violin tonight.
Oh, why? Benita, why did you have to bring that up? For 10 years, I've been plagued with love in bloom. I've hoped, I've wished. Yes, even prayed for a minor disaster, a fire, a tornado, even termites, anything. But destroy that violin. Well, if he can't be stopped, then in the name of heaven, let him play it right. Give him the will. Give him the strength. Give him the talent to hit that high note.
Perhaps he's got short fingers.
Well, every day for 10 years, it's been love in bloom. And now it's a new one. Kiss me once and kiss me twice and da-da-da-da-da. Dreadful. Well, I'm sorry, dear, but I didn't mean to lose my temper.
Well, cheer up, darling. I'm sure we'll have a lovely evening at Mr. Benny's.
Yeah, I hope so.
Perhaps he'll eat a lot and fall asleep early.
Jack, do you want to come in the dining room and see if the table looks all right?
In a minute, Mary. I'm busy.
Going to play your violin tonight.
I am, too. The Colmans are pretty high-class people. They don't go places just to eat. Now, let me practice. I'll have to get a new string.
That was the door buzzer.
Oh, say, maybe that's the... Never mind, Rochester, I'll get it. Yes? Oh, yes, you're the English butler I ordered. Have you had much experience at serving?
Yes.
Well, good. Go right in the kitchen and get started. What's your name? What was that? Oh. Well, tonight, I'll just call you Nottingham.
Jack, who is that?
It was the English butler I hired. For tonight, I'm calling him Nottingham. Do you think that's English enough?
Why don't you call him the White Cliffs of Dover?
No, that's too long. Maybe
Hey, Jackson, why don't you call him Heathcliff?
Heathcliff?
Sure, you're trying to pull a bluff. Oh, Philzy, they ought to hang you up instead of your stocking.
You can say that again. Oh, that must be the Colmans now.
I'll get it.
No, Rochester, that's why I got the English butler. Nottingham, answer the door, please.
Good evening. Mr. Benny is expecting us.
Oh, come in. Call the waiting room in the drawing room.
What was that?
Come in, sir. I haven't called the waiting room in the drawing room.
Oh, Ronnie, Benita, I'm glad you came so early.
Hello, Jack, old boy.
So good of you to have us over.
Oh, it's a pleasure indeed. Nottingham, take Mr. and Mrs. Colman's hat, coat, and canoe. Thank you.
You know, Jack, I just made an awful mistake. I didn't know you had a second butler.
Oh, yes, he's English, you know.
But his English accent is so thick.
Well, he's been there twice. Twice, you know.
Well, if he ever goes back again, he'll choke to death.
Yes. Come, let's go into the drawing room.
By the way, Mr. Benny, where is Manchester?
What? What did you say?
Where is Manchester?
Oh, Manchester. Well, you go out Sepulveda Boulevard. Through Culver City. You turn left at the second traffic light.
Jack, Benita means Manchester, your butler.
Oh, that's Rochester. Rochester.
Let Nottingham do it.
I'm not talking to you. Benita, my butler's name is Rochester. He's in the kitchen getting dinner ready. Come, let's go into the drawing room. I want you to meet my associates. Here we are. Mr. and Mrs. Colman, this is my radio cast.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Colman?
Hiya, Ronnie. Benita, what do you hear from the tea and crumpets?
Well, you know, Ronnie, he's Phil's such an unruly blighter. You should excuse the expression. By the way, Ronnie, I have a little surprise for you this evening. I also invited your friend, Jack Wellington, to dinner.
Wellington? Splendid. Did you hear that, Benita?
Yes, isn't that nice?
Sit down, folks. We'll have cocktails in just a few minutes. I hope you'll pardon the way my house looks, but I've been so busy opening mail.
Oh, that reminds me. How is your I Can't Stand Jack Benny radio contest coming along?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Of course, it ends tomorrow night. So, Benita, if you want to get your letter in, be sure it's postmarked before midnight, December 24th.
You know, Jack just received a citation in Congress because of all the national unity his I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest is promoting.
Was that national unity?
Yes, it's the first time in history that the Republicans and Democrats agree on the same thing.
Yes, sir, that's me. Yep.
Oh, Ronnie, look at that Christmas tree. Isn't it beautiful?
Yes, it certainly is.
I suppose you folks have a nice Christmas tree, too.
Well, we bought a nice tree, but while we were driving home, a peculiar thing happened. Yes, Ronnie made a sharp turn, and that's the last we saw of it.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, how about some cocktails? What would you like, Ronnie?
Oh, nothing right now, thanks, Jack, but after dinner, perhaps a little B&B.
Oh, so will I. For dinner, I always have an S&S.
S&S. Now, what's that?
Half soda and half sympathy soothing syrup.
Yes, it's awfully good. What? Oh, he must mean that Wellington is here. Oh, come right in. Come right in.
Hello, Benny, old boy. Ronnie, Benita.
Wellington.
Mr. Benny told us you were coming.
Mr. Wellington, this is my radio gang here. Miss Mary, Phil, Don, and Larry. Well, we're all here now.
Hey, Wellington, you lost half your glasses.
Phil, that's a monocle. Half his glasses.
Say, Wellington, I should tell you, we had a letter from Wickersham the other day.
Wickersham? Well, how is the old duffer?
Oh, he sounded cheerful enough. What a sense of humor he has.
Yeah, Willie, that reminds me. Why don't you tell Mr. Benny and his friends that amusing anecdote Wickersham always tells at dinner parties?
Oh, yes. Now, let's see. Now, how does that go?
While you're thinking about it, I can play a solo on my...
Oh, I have it.
Good.
Good. Go ahead, Willie. Tell that amusing story.
Well, it seems that there was a rather old codger in London who was somewhat hard of hearing, and he was riding on a westbound tram toward...
No, Wellington. There was an eastbound tram.
Oh, yes. He was riding on an eastbound tram.
No, he was going to Trafalgar Square, so it must have been a southbound tram.
By Jove, Benita, you're right. It was a southbound tram. Well, anyway, he wanted to get off at Wembley Station.
You see, Jack, Wembley is the station where the tram stops.
Oh, good. I thought the man wanted to jump off.
Well, anyway, this old codger turned to the woman standing next to him and said...
Wasn't it a man standing next to him?
No, it was... By Jove, it was a man.
Anybody here care to shoot a game of pool?
Mary,
Anyway, he turned to the man standing next to him and inquired, "Is this Wembley?" And the man said...
No, wait. You forgot to mention that the second chap is hard of hearing, too.
Oh, yes, that's important. Well, he turned to this stranger and asked, "Is this Wembley?" And the stranger, who was hard of hearing, said, "No, this isn't Wembley, this is Thursday." So the old codger... I say, did I tell you that this old codger was also hard of hearing?
Oh, yes, you told them that when you mentioned it was a westbound tram.
Southbound.
Oh, yes, Trafalgar Square, that's right.
So the old codger who was hard of hearing said Thursday, so am I. Let's get off and have a drink.
The stranger said, "This is Thursday." The man who was hard of hearing said, "So am I. Let's get off and have a drink." Oh, yes, Thursday. Thirsty.
That is a clever anecdote.
Yes, sir. Oh, that's a honey. Oh, here come the cocktails. Set them right over here, Nottingham.
Oh.
Well, folks, dinner will be ready pretty soon, and I can't tell you how happy I am that you were all able to come over, particularly at this time so close to Christmas.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
And since it is so close to Christmas, I think it would be nice if we had Larry Stevens sing an appropriate song.
Oh, good.
By all means.
Are you ready, Larry?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Go right ahead. Here, let me sit next to you, Mary. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Thanks again to Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman and their friend Mr. Wellington for spending the evening with us. And I and my whole gang want to wish everybody everywhere a very Merry Christmas. Good night.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the contest ended at midnight December 24th. However, there were so many people that couldn't stand Jack Benny. It will take a couple of weeks to finish reading all the letters, and the winners will be announced shortly afterwards. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack, Mary, and Rochester busily sorting the latest entries.
Gosh, the way this mail has been pouring in the last few days.
Yeah, there sure is a lot of it, boys.
Yes, sir. Quiet, Polly. Daddy's working. Look at this mail. It's absolutely amazing how many people can't stand me.
Yeah, and Jack, look at this pile of letters over here. 48,000 of them are all from St. Joe.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. There must be some mistake. They love me in St. Joe. You remember when I was there last year, they put up a statue of me in the public park.
Well, they're sending it back. There's a hunk of granite in each envelope.
No, Mary, you're just making that up.
No, I'm not. Here's a note in one of the letters.
What does it say?
We're sending back all of Mr. Benny's statue except the ears. We're keeping those for bird baths.
Let me see that note. It doesn't say that at all. Gee, it does at that. What am I going to do with all these pieces of my statue?
Why don't you glue them together and set it out on your front lawn?
No, I'd look silly out on the lawn without any ears.
Well, maybe a couple of snails will crawl up and go to sleep in the right places.
No, you can't depend on it. Well, come on, let's try.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Polly, Christmas is over. And I got to teach her to say Happy New Year. Polly, now listen, Polly. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No. It's Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No, Polly. Now, listen. Listen, Polly. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Come on now, Polly, say it. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Atta girl. Isn't it wonderful how you can train a Mary?
It sure is.
And now, Polly, a very Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
Smart parrot.
Well, she's just a little nervous since I told her that the carrier pigeon she's engaged to is coming back from overseas. He'd be here now, but he couldn't get a train out of San Francisco. He may have to fly. Now, let's see. We got to finish sorting the... Rochester, why did you tear up that letter?
This one was a mistake, boss. It says, I can't stand Rochester.
Who signed that?
The gas man.
Well, we haven't heard from him in about 5 years. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Get this letter. I can't stand Jack Benny because he plays the violin. Signed, a dead cat.
That's probably from somebody. Probably from somebody who doesn't like me.
Could be.
Certainly. Huh?
Oh, boss, you won't believe it.
What is it, Rochester?
Here's a letter from the Big Three.
The Big Three? Well, what does it say?
We couldn't stand Jack Benny before the contest. Signed Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, they just think they're smart because they're on the way to Palm Springs. Anyway, there's the phone.
I'll get it.
No, Rochester, you stay with the mail. I'll have Nottingham answer it.
Nottingham? Jack, have you still got that English butler around here? I thought you only hired him for last week to impress the Colmans.
Well, we're so busy with the mail, I kept him on to help out. Nottingham, answer the door. Isn't he classy? He even puts on his coat to answer the phone.
You please tell me he's gonna...
Nottingham, who was that? All right, Mary, now we'll have...
Jack, what did Nottingham say?
He said my lawyer was on the phone.
I thought he said the grocer.
No, Mary. Grocer is... He used to confuse me at first, too. You know?
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Livy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Phil. Glad you came over.
Say, Phil, did you have a nice Christmas?
Well, Liv, I got a lot of presents. And look at this. Here's what the boys in my band gave me.
What is it?
Well, it's one of them new fountain pens, and it's guaranteed to write 2 years without having to refill it.
Well, what good is it to you? You can't write.
A lot of things can happen in 2 years, Bob.
Yeah, I hope so.
And while I'm thinking of it, Jackson, I want to thank you for the present you gave me.
Well...
What was it, Phil?
A pair of black and pink lounging pajamas with a bare midriff. And they're a little snug, but I wore them all day.
Yeah, those were for Alice. A bare midriff.
Phil, surely Alice must have known those pajamas were for her.
Yeah, but I looked so cute in them, she just hated to tell me.
Oh, brother.
Say, Livy, what did Jackson give you for Christmas?
I gave her a fur muff. There it is, over on the chair there. It's sable.
It's rabbit.
It is not. It's sable.
Rabbit. I wore it at the farmer's market yesterday, and it snapped at a head of lettuce.
Well, a lot of sables are vegetarians, too. Believe me, Phil, the muff I gave Mary is sable.
It's rabbit.
It is not. It's sable.
Rabbit. I wore it at the farmer's market yesterday, and it snapped at a head of lettuce.
Well, a lot of sables are vegetarians, too. Believe me, Phil, the muff I gave Mary is sable.
It's rabbit.
Would I pay $19 for rabbit?
wouldn't pay $19 for $20.
I would, too. Now, Bill, as long as you're here, stick around and help us read some contest letters.
Jackson, you know better than that.
All right, then open the envelopes. At least you've got muscle. Come on, open the envelopes. Gosh, I never saw so many contest letters. Take 2 weeks before we can finish reading them.
Hey, Jackson, listen to this letter.
Bill, stop showing off. We know you can't read.
This one's got pictures on it.
Oh.
Now, the first 6 words must be, I can't stand Jack Benny because.
Yeah?
And then there's a picture of your face and the body of a jackass.
There is?
Yeah. You know, Jackson, if you didn't need to shave that jackass, it'd look pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Nottingham would like to see you.
Well, have him come in here.
He can't at the moment. He's indisposed. He's standing in the kitchen in his shorts and socks.
My goodness, what happened?
Well, after lunch, we decided to idle away a few minutes in a game of chance.
Rochester, you didn't gamble with Nottingham.
I won everything but his English accent.
What?
I'd have got that, but he wouldn't open his mouth.
Well, I think that's awful. Imagine leaving him standing there in his BVDs.
I got an IOU on those.
Well, I want you to go in there and give Nottingham his clothes back.
Okay.
Imagine anybody doing
Hiya,
it.
Rochester.
Hello, Miss Wilson.
Hey, Don!
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No, Polly. Polly, it's Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy?
That's it. Happy?
Happy?
Happy what?
Happy what?
I wish that carrier pigeon would get here. Don, how did you happen to be around this neighborhood?
Well, I just wanted to drop in and thank everybody for the Christmas gift.
Hey, Donzie, what did Jackson give you?
Well, Jack didn't give me anything for Christmas because he gave me a birthday present and he thought my birthday was too close to Christmas.
When is your birthday, Don?
The 23rd of August.
Well, what did Jack give you for your birthday?
A rabbit's foot.
No wonder my muff limps.
Never mind. And as long as we're on the subject of presents, what about that gift you kids all chipped in and bought me?
Well, we thought it was a good idea, Jackson. Something you could use.
Something I could use. A fluorescent toupee so people can see me at night. When I sing Rise and Shine, I'm not kidding. Some gift.
Merry Christmas.
Polly, it's Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I'm going to train that bird if I have to get...
Jack, now with a whip and a chair.
I'll talk to him when we're alone.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Larry.
Kid.
Hello, kid. Well, I'm glad you came over. You can help us with the mail.
Well, I have to run along. I just dropped by to wish you a Happy New Year.
Oh, same to you, kid. By the way, Larry, I got a lot of compliments on your song last week.
Well, thank you. I've got another one I'm working on for next week.
You have? Well, come on, let's hear it.
Yeah, sing it for us, Larry. Come on.
Okay.
That was swell, Larry. I'm glad you picked that one. Now, kids, let's try and get the rest of this contest mail finished so we can try... Nottingham, answer the door.
Hello, Bradley's the name. Steve Bradley. I'm Mr. Benny's press agent, and I'm here to see him.
Mr. Benny speaking.
What did he say?
Mr. Benny speaking.
Well, thanks, and a Happy New Year to you, too. Yeah, how's the riding to see Benny?
No, it's you, Steve.
Well, hello. Long time no see. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, Steve. Happy New Year. Well, Benny, guess you know why I'm here. The contest is over.
Yes, I know.
And all we have to do now is finish reading the letters, pick the winners, and then award the $10,000 in prizes.
10,000. Steve, look, Steve, wouldn't it be more sporting to forget about anything so commercial as money and keep the whole thing on an amateur basis. Wouldn't it? Huh? Wouldn't it?
Benny, are you crazy? You can't do a thing like that.
Well, I don't see why we...
Look, let me put it to you this way. Which do you value more, $10,000 or your reputation?
Better put it to him another way.
Oh, well, all right.
Boy, Benny, now just hand me over that $10,000 and I'll buy the victory bonds for the prizes.
But, Steve, we don't know the winners yet. We still got mail to read.
Yeah, I know, but you don't want anything to hold us up. I gotta go out now and buy those bonds and have them ready.
Okay. I'll have to go down to my vault and get the money. But before I go, I want you all to repeat the oath after me. I promise not to reveal that Jack Benny has a secret vault hidden in his home.
I promise not to reveal that Jack Benny has a secret vault hidden in his home.
And if I should tell anyone, either consciously or unconsciously... may I lose my umbrella during the rainy season. Now, everybody bow their heads while I... while I go down in the vault. On the barbed wire. Now, I better be careful about those landmines.
Oh, who goes there? Friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
Greenberg's on 3rd.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
That's right, Ed. And here's a little present for you.
A present for me?
Yes, Ed. Last week was Christmas.
Oh, did you have a nice New Year's?
No, Ed. You see, it isn't New Year's yet. You see, New Year's comes after Christmas, you see.
Oh, well, I've been away from it so long I kind of forgot.
Oh, yes. You know, Ed, this year things are going to be a lot better. They're starting to make automobiles again.
Automobiles?
Yes. Yeah, they're like buggies, you see, with motors in them. You know, you drive them down the street.
Well, won't they frighten the buffalo?
No. You see, buffalo are extinct. There are very few of them around anymore. Well, I got to get into my vault now.
Shall I turn my back?
No, Ed. You're bonded. Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45. Left to 160. Back to 15. Then left to 110. There. Are reconverting. Now I'll be able to buy a louder burglar alarm.
Mr. Benny, how much money are you putting in?
I'm not putting anything in, Ed. I'm taking some out.
My, this is thrilling.
Well, so long, Ed. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Whoopee.
Goodbye. All right, Steve. Here's the money for the prizes.
Thanks, Benny. See you next week. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, Steve. Happy New Year.
Well, kids, that's that. Just think. Another year almost gone. Boy, how they roll around. Imagine, it'll soon be 1946. I wonder what the new year will bring. I wonder what new things will come out. Science is certainly wonderful. Heliocopters, jet propulsion, atomic energy. It's amazing. I wonder what they'll... it's kind of late. I wonder who that can be. Oh, hello.
Hello, you're Jack Benny, aren't you?
Why, yes, little boy. Who are you?
I'm the New Year.
The New Year?
But all the other little New Years have always come on January 1st. You're early.
Maybe he's trying to pick up a couple of tickets for the Rose Bowl game.
Don't be silly, Phil. Maybe there's something wrong with our calendar.
No, I came early because 1946 looks like it's going to be a good year. And I'm raring to go. Got a lot of work to do. Automobiles, prefabricated houses, vacuum cleaners, fluorescent toupees.
Oh, yes.
How about nylon stockings?
There'll be plenty of those.
Oh, good. I was lucky to get this pair I'm wearing. They make my legs look so nice. See?
Well, hey, this kid's really ahead of time.
Well, look, Sonny, how about radio in 1946? That is, what I mean is television. What are my chances in television?
Would you really like to know?
Yes.
Sit down, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Well, all right, kid, I can take it. I mean, tell me, what are my chances in television?
Well, first of all, tell me, how old are you, Mr. Benny?
Sit down, kid.
Quiet. What did you say, Sonny?
I said, how old are you?
37.
37?
That's a joke, son.
It is now. Now, what were you going to say about...
Oh, Jack, look out the window. There's an old man coming up the walk.
Yeah, and he looks like Father Time.
Father Time? What is this, anyway?
Hello.
Hey, you're not Father Time, are you?
Father Time? I don't know what you're talking about, Bub. I'm looking for my grandson. I was told to come in here.
Oh, you mean...
He was supposed to be in a New Year's play the kids are giving at the schoolhouse, but he run away.
Oh, so that's it.
Hiya, Grandpa.
Oh, so there you are, you little shaver. Come on back to the schoolhouse. The people are waiting for the New Year. Come on, let's get going.
Let go of my ear.
Yeah, take it easy on the little fella.
I just told you, Bubby's my grandson. He's in a school play. He ain't for real New Year.
Well, he sure fooled me. So he's going to be in the school play, huh? But isn't he a little old to be wearing those diapers?
He just got out of the army and he can't buy any clothes.
Oh, fine. Well, take it along then. Goodbye, Grandpa. So long, Sonny.
So long. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Sonny. Happy New Year.
What a cute kid. Gee, I remember when I was his age. I was in a little New Year's play at school, too. You know, I was so good.
Well, so long, Jackson. I got to beat it.
Yeah, me too.
Happy New Year, Mr. Benny.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Anyway, Mary, I was so good in this school play that I held the audience spellbound. In fact, just recently they made a picture of it, you know. I'll never forget how cute. I'll never forget how cute I was in that play. In fact, you know, that's what gave me the idea that someday I'd be...
Well, I gotta go. Happy New Year, Jack.
Happy New Year, Mary. Anyway, I'll never forget it. Yeah, I walked out on the stage wearing a little pair of wings, and across my chest was a banner saying, Happy New Year, 1912. I spoke my first line...
Boss, who are you talking to?
Huh? Oh, they've all gone. Sit down, Rochester. Yeah, Rochester. I walked out on the stage and I looked so cute with my long curls and blue eyes and dimpled cheeks. And when I got all through, there was so much applause that the teacher came right over and kissed me. She said, Jackie, you're the best New Year's Eve we ever had. Happy New Year to everybody all over the world from all of us.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.